report to come before the committee, and the committee received their reports, had discussions, and by the following month had a report to Parliament. So that is how I propose that we proceed. In particular, I would draw your attention to some questions that the consultant had written up and we had sent to the various ministries just to guide the presentations that they would make. And that has been tabled, but the permanent secretaries of the various ministries are here and they're outside. And before coming, I see your mic, Mr. Warmington, I'm coming to you. And I'm proposing that the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister has asked that they be allowed to present first because they have a pressing matter to attend to. But I'd propose that we invite all of them to come in so that they'll hear each other's presentations and there won't be much overlap or duplication in what they're saying. So just before I invite them in, let me invite Mr. Warmington.
Chairman, you said we invited ministries, agents, department here. I don't know we who, because the committee did not invite anybody here. Okay? The issue is, I want to deal with the procedures here. I saw a circular that suggested that the meeting is set for the 19th. That's not the way it's done. The first meeting, the chairman decides. After that, the committee decides on the meeting. We did not. 2, then I saw a series of questions to be sent to agencies, ministry in the department. I asked where were these generated from, and I was told that the consultant prepared them, and the chairman had no objection. Firstly, consultant doesn't direct a committee. The committee directs the consultant, if there's such a consultant. And the consultant acts on the directive, on the instruction of the committee, but not to go out off on a loose end and then send things to the committee. That's not the way it's done. That's not the way it's done. It takes instruction from the committee. The committee does not take instruction from the consultant.
I think
Let me finish. It does not. I asked a question, my brother, Mr. Chairman, and they said the consultant prepared them, and the chairman has no objection. So you're brought in after it was done. But even if that was so, the standing order 77 make it clear, a select committee shall not have power to delegate any of its function to its chairman. So the chairman cannot act on his own. The chairman has to act within the remit of the committee itself. So that totally was off limit. So going forward, I would like for us to follow the proper procedures. I have no problem. And if these questions are to be sent to agencies, ministry, agencies, and department, then they ought to come here at the committee. We discuss them among ourselves before they're sent out. Nobody, this committee gave no instruction for questions to be sent to any agent department. We did not. So I'm saying, let me finish.
But you can't take up the whole afternoon.
I'm not taking the whole time. I'm talking. What I'm saying, if there are such questions, they come here, we discuss before we go anywhere. And we didn't ask for it to go anywhere. So it cannot be done like that. The other thing is, if you look at the standing orders, let me just go to standing orders. As it relates to the public accounts, the PAAC, it makes it clear what this committee is supposed to be doing. It says, examine budgetary expenditures of government, agencies, and other public bodies to ensure that expenditure is done in accordance with the parliamentary approval. B, that's section 73A. B, monitor expenditure as it occurs and keep the parliament informed of how the budget is being implemented. And C, inquire into the administration of the government to determine hindrance to efficiencies and making recommendation to the government for the improvement of public
And it
administration.
falls squarely into B and C.
And see,
Squarely into C. And there is precedent that
No,
it
no.
was done by this committee
I'm not talking
after
about
burial.
No, I'm not talking about precedent. I'm talking about his right. I was never part of it
But
before.
I'm saying, I'm reading the same clause you
It
are.
doesn't fall into C anyhow. But anyhow, I don't make objection, but we must follow the proper procedure. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Noted.
I
But
don't have a problem. But for going forward, let us follow the proper procedure. Chairman,
but
that's all I'm saying.
I hear you, Mr. Womit,
Right.
and I know you're a stickler for,
Let's just follow
for
the
the
procedure. That's all I'm asking
for proper procedure. But I just say, reading here, the first meeting of the sessional select committee shall be held at such a time and place as the chairman, in the case of a sessional select committee,
Yes.
shall appoint. Subsequent meetings shall be held at such time and place as the committee may determine.
Yes.
Provided that if the committee fails to do so, the chairman shall, in consultation with the clerk of the committee, appoint such time and place.
And
At the first meeting, there was no time and place appointed for the next sitting. So I am well within the standing orders to consult with the clerk and set a date.
No, only the first meeting you have such authority.
But I
Hold
just
on.
read it. It
No,
said
only the
provided
first
that it
meeting
did
you
not
have
do
such
so.
privilege. The other, it's done. We normally send out the thing and said, you can suggest it to
No, I'm
her.
telling-
And it is sent out
go
and
to the
ask
standing
members
orders.
for the,
Mr.
their
Warmington, go to the
availability.
standing orders.
Huh?
It provides for that. Anyway, Mr. Warmington,
I just read it, but only
I
the first
don't
meeting of
want
that
to
authority.
detain the permanent secretaries
No,
anymore.
only that, sir, please. I don't want us to start out in a contentious fashion because there's no need for it.
But there
There's
is
no
you-
need for that.
And I'm not being contentious. I'm just showing you.
You see, there's
I
a need
read
for
to
that.
you
We
the
come
standing
here,
order
we
that
come in
allows
harmony and we
the
work
chairman
together. But
to
I'm
set
saying,
the date of the committee if it was not so done at the first meeting, and there
no,
was
you
none
can't
done
do
at
it.
the
My
first
brother, you
meeting.
send out the circle and ask members their availability.
In respect of the standing orders, for the very first meeting, if no one has made any indication, no communication comes out, in respect of the meeting date, what normally happens is the chair would establish that first meeting. You are allowed to set the date. You do not have to consult the members in respect of the very first meeting that is held. And from that first meeting, then the members decide on subsequent meetings. If no meeting date is set at that very first meeting, then what is required by the standing orders is that we circulate for the members to vote on a meeting
Mrs.
date.
Honest, with respect, I have the standing order right
Right, so
before
read
me.
it again because you're
And it
reading it
does
and taking
not-
a different
it-
interpretation.
Well, allow me to read it. This is Standing Order 77, Procedure and Select Committees, subsection 8. The first meeting of a select committee shall be held at such time and place as the chairman, in the case of a sessional select committee, or the speaker, in the case of a special select committee, shall appoint. Subsequent meetings shall be held at such time and place as the committee may determine. Provided that if the committee fail to do so, the chairman shall, in consultation with the clerk of the committee, appoint such time and place. The committee did not do so. The committee did fail to do so. Anyway, we c-
Chair, if the chair or the committee clerk sends out the information and persons do not elect to have a meeting.
Am I
this is not the
recognized,
only
Chair?
committee.
But
this is
Mr.
not
Chair,
the
am
only
I-
committee chair.
M-
So
Mrs.
I would
Honest, could
love
you-
for the committee clerk to spend the time to give
No,
the
because of my-
explanation in terms of the adaptation of that standing order for all committees, because it wouldn't just affect us, Chair.
All right, Mrs. Honest, at the last sitting of Parliament, paper was circulated where members will indicate their availability for this meeting today. A majority of members indicated their availability, and we have set the meeting date and we're going forward. Please, let's not detain ourselves. We're all here. We have all the permanent secretaries outside, the civil servants. We can continue this discussion. We, who-
Mr. Chairman.
Calling
Mr.
me.
Chairman.
go ahead, Mr. Hines.
Go ahead. You're first.
Yes, I gather that there was a meeting on the 21st of October. Did that meeting set a date and time for the next?
It did not.
Okay. Thank you.
You can choose to skew your interpretation of the standing orders. Chair, when the notice came around, I got the notice because I was sitting at the chair as speaker on the day, and I signed that I would not have been able to attend. At that time, Member Warmington came up. He also saw the notice and indicated that we were not convening the meeting properly because he didn't get any email, no communication to set a new date. I wasn't, and you will see it on the document, intended to attend.
I saw that.
Members started to call to ask, how is it that we're having a meeting, and they haven't seen anything circulated. So when I asked the committee clerk and the parliament to send me the document, that's when I realized that nobody else signed from the government side. I called Roy Clark and I said, you had ticked it. He said he didn't tick it. And I said to the clerk of the parliament, going forward after today's meeting, what you should do is just have persons initial or sign that they can attend or can't attend so that we don't ever have this problem again. Because only myself and Member Warmington, who is here, got that document on the day from the orderlies.
Well, the orderlies fell down there.
Right. So whatever happened, Chair, that is the result of it.
Okay. So we'll take that on board. Can we now invite the permanent secretaries to come in and make the presentations? Thank you.
They said that they wanted to go first. They wanted to go first.
We're allowing the OPM to go first. So I would just invite the OPM delegation to sit to the front here. Sorry? Yes? Yes, certainly. All right, I'm advised that the OPM team is actually in transit. So perhaps one of the other ministries, energy or agriculture, could come forward. Could I just invite you to introduce yourself and the key members of the team?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Good afternoon. Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining is here this afternoon in response to the request by the committee to appear. My name is Dermond Spence. I'm the permanent secretary. To my immediate left is Mr. Michael Price, our biostatistician and senior strategist. And to his left is Mr. Arvil Palmer, the Chief Technical Director responsible for production and development. And to his left is Mr. Edmondson, the CEO of RADA. And behind Mr. Edmondson is Mr. Courtney Cole, one of our Chief Technical Director, responsible for projects and project development and infrastructure. Beside him to his right is Mrs. Coney, who is responsible for the Banana Board, the Executive Director. And beside her is Mr. Colin Henry, and he's one of the senior executives in RADA. And beside him is Dr. Bellamy, the Executive Director for the National Fisheries Authority. And behind Dr. Bellamy is Mr. Joseph Giles, and he is the CEO for the National Irrigation Commission. So, Mr. Chairman, we are here to present and to answer in relationship to the questions.
Thank you.
asked.
We appreciate your prompt response in a relatively short time. And I think it reflects your acknowledgement of the urgency of the situation the country faces. I would suggest you spend no more than 10 to 15 minutes giving an overview. I mean, some questions were sent to sort of prompt the areas of interest for the committee, but don't feel limited to that. Take 10 to 15 minutes to give us an overview, and then the members will undoubtedly have specific questions they will want to ask. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The matter we are attending to nationally and here today is the Hurricane Melissa and the impact and devastation across the western and central Jamaica, significantly impacting the parishes of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, Trelawney, and St. James. So there was widespread flooding as continues to be reported, landslides, infrastructure damage, and displacement of residents. And the passage of this hurricane has caused what we describe as catastrophic impact on agriculture, fisheries, and mining. And the specifics analysis at this point has an estimated loss for the sector at around $29 billion, in that range. There is extensive crop damage, livestock, infrastructure, and the fisheries sector was also impacted significantly. The Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries had established prior to the hurricane a National Disaster Management and Recovery Committee as part of our mitigation strategy. We use the same committee to respond to Hurricane Beryl and other such disasters. The same committee guides when drought sets in and how we respond in terms of our mitigation. That committee is chaired by me and co-chaired by Mr. Price. And this committee is tasked with guiding the strategic action and our response to ensure continuity, recovery, and sustainable redevelopment following this event. To support this committee's activity, we established several subcommittees. And a lot of the persons here with me are chair of those subcommittees with various members at various levels. I'll just quickly name the committees and stop there. Infrastructure damage assessment and restoration. mining and quarrying recovery and redevelopment, staff engagement, public relations, and public engagement, damage assessment and recovery. These committees represents a sort of framework in which we operate in terms of managing, identifying how things are, and organizing our response to ensure that we protect and recover the sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that was well within your 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Just before I open it up, I just draw attention to all members have the document from the ministry, and there is a particular page 5 has a table that breaks out damage to fisheries to capture fisheries by parish, and you have on page 6, table 5, a summary of crop and livestock damage by parish. So just in terms of those various, you go on bananas and so on, bananas and planting by parish. What has the committee that is dealing with the response initiated thus far in terms of putting those farmers, whether livestock, etc., fisheries, and so on, back on their feet?
All right. Well, so far, Mr. Chairman, we have responded. The minister delivered a statement in the Parliament outlining the response. We have also, from the ministry level, indicated to the Ministry of Finance and the Cabinet the kind of damage that we have assessed and request support in order to deal with that. We have gotten some support to treat with matters that we have to attend to the end of this financial year, and then we will continue to seek the support to continue into the new financial year. So initially we are, as a first response, committing some $450 million from existing funds that we had in the ministry for the production incentive program. Already that has seen, prior to the hurricane, because just like we prepared before burial, we continue to prepare in the season prior to the hurricane. And so we have $40 million worth of seeds that we have started issuing, especially targeting the areas that were not so badly hit, in which recovery can take place. We have indicated to the country that all services that reside within the ministry's agencies that would normally require fees, such as land preparation, such as payment for seeds and seedlings, lease arrangements that we have within the agri-park, material that we would normally provide for the fishers and fish farmers, such as fingerlings, nets, mesh, fishing license renewal. All of those have been waived initially for 3 months. That will continue to be reviewed. And so those services are being made available immediately. Rather has gone across the country. The director for the agri-parks at the AIC has conducted an assessment, and what we are seeking to do is all areas that are feasible to re-engage in production, we are on the ground now engaging. The same will be true for greenhouses, protected agriculture structures. All the material that we have will be made available free of cost so that persons can quickly get back into production. Something will be coming from the minister shortly for him to address
Well,
the
I'll
kind.
save you time. I'm sure the minister 9 days ago said that there would be an allocation of between 1 and 3 million for each constituency, and told me that we would get individual letters within a day or so. 9 days have gone by. I'm sure everybody here shares my interest in hearing the progress in that regard.
Well, I'm happy to advise you, Mr. Chairman, that the minister commitment will be executed, and
One day, or can you give us any time frame?
You should. The letters have been prepared.
Okay. All right. In terms of, I see Mrs. Honest.
May I?
Go. No, Mrs. Honest. Only press it once. Let me give you some instructions. Only press it once. I will then turn on your microphone. I know you're unaccustomed to being on that side.
Through you, Chair, move along.
Member?
May I ask, as it relates to the Kingston and St. Andrew area, I note we are not considered to be one of the major parishes affected. However, for us in St. Andrew East Rural, our coffee, which is the mainstay, the farmers have reported that there are literally no beans left on the trees at all. I don't know to what extent their assessment is accurate. I heard the minister give a report in Parliament, which sounded more like 30-something%. And I'm not sure if that is, as a result of a collation across all the coffee-producing parishes, or if there are some parishes more severely hit than others. So for me, the coffee crop is a major problem for East Rural St. Andrew. We would have also lost most of our cash crops, all our tomatoes and lettuce and broccoli, everything, scallion. We also suffered significantly in terms of planting and bananas. So I would love to have an appreciation for whether or not we're at a place to determine the impact from the assessment. And I do know that RADA is out doing their assessment. I've seen them on the ground. So I know they're currently doing their assessment, but do we have an appreciation where we are for St. Andrew in particular?
In the interest of efficiency, I'm going to take 2 or 3 questions at a time, and then you just respond.
Right.
Mr. Crawford?
And if you can say what are actually plans, that's those farmers, both in terms of the chapter and whether or not we have.
Mr. Crawford?
I wasn't finished my question, Chair.
I thought this was a follow-on your...
No, you didn't ask and you didn't allow me to. I didn't finish my question.
You finished it?
No? Yes, I
Well-
would like to.
Your mic is on.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So I would like to find out what would be the plans both for the coffee farmers and as it relates to cash crop, we would be in a position to start to immediately produce, and we would have been one of those hardest hit in respect of all of those cash crops, including our plantain and our bananas. As it relates to farm roads for the St. Andrew area, we have been able to successfully clear at least one lane all our farm roads. I've not seen rather much in the St. Andrew area, particularly on the farm roads. And some of those farm roads connect constituents to water, which is a challenge for us, like going in the Clydesdale area.
All right. Thank you.
Not yet, Chair. Not yet.
But Mrs. Honest, you've
No,
gone
no,
about
Chair,
5 or
I'm
6
allowed
questions.
to ask my question.
No,
I
you're not
normally sit
allowed
as
to,
the chair
to
and have
dominate.
lots of questions.
This is
And
why
I
I'm
am
giving you
making sure
quite a bit
to-
of discretion.
And I'm making sure
But there
to
are
ask
many other
appropriate
members
questions.
who are waiting.
Yes, Chair.
And we have a time limit. We have 3 different ministries.
What is the duration of the meeting, Chair?
The meeting would normally end by 4:35.
All right. I will take that into consideration, Chair. So
So final
critical
question
nature,
for this round.
Of a critical nature, is the persons who are cut off in the Irishtown, Middleton settlement area all the way up to Newcastle. And there are some residents who are attempting to do some work on the road from Jacqueline to connect, which I know is dangerous. We would love to get the support of RADA in respect of those areas to return those farming communities to normalcy. And that would include Westphalia, Davidsville, Halseylight, and around by Middleton settlement side.
Thank you.
And
Thank
Tower
you.
Hill and
Thank
Tower
you.
Hill, Lime Tree, and Content to St. Peter's section. Chair, you wouldn't know the space, so you wouldn't know how critical, because
No,
it
but
connects
I
to
know I
Portland
can
as
follow
well.
time,
All right?
and you've
So
taken
I
a
would
lot of
speak
time with many
both for
questions. So
St.
I am now
Andrew
going to
East
exercise
Rural
Chairman's prerogative
and Port.
and move on to Mr. Crawford.
Now give no context.
That's what you were doing.
Turn on Mr. Crawford.
Chairman, thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'm not sure what the rules are, but I will start with 2, and if we come back around, I will.
Very considerate of you.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I've seen a map indicating the levels of damage as major, moderate, and minor. That map seemed to have been drafted based on infrastructure impact and the level of wind that was in those particular areas from the hurricane. Has a separate map been drafted for agriculture? Because the treatment in the same way seemed to be an uninformed treatment, since much less levels of wind would have created almost the same impact across the spaces in the agricultural sense. And so, for example, I've seen where St. Catherine is listed as minor. However, every single farm that I've visited have all their trees down. So my first question is, has agriculture made an impact map in the same way that I've seen infrastructure educate an impact map? My second question is, as it relates to the RADA presence. I have unfortunately not seen them in the space that I am frequenting, which is Northwest St. Catherine. But if it is that they are present, is there any benefit to working with the political directorate to share information and also to be informed of spaces that we are aware of? So are they out there on their own? We understand we will have some funds to distribute. One of the problems I personally have been facing is double distribution without knowledge of what RADA is doing, what SDC is doing, what Ministry of Labor is doing. So is there any benefit for RADA to work with the political directorate in their efforts to capture information and to share that information that they have captured about damage and likely assistance to those persons? Those are my first 2 questions, Chairman.
All right, thank you. I'll turn over to the ministry officials to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for those questions from the committee members. My team is here because they are ideally placed to answer the questions. So I will answer. And if stuff to, if we can have some addition from RADA or from Ms. Coney regarding banana. But let me be quick.
Or you can feel free to direct it straight to them if you
Okay.
think they're best able to.
Mr. Edmonds, would you like to go for the coffee and the East Rural St. Andrew response with regards to treating with the situation there?
Turn on your mic. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So for the damages in St. Andrew, we have been doing the assessment. I know that it's early days, but based on our assessment thus far, we have done 7 major roads that we notice significant damages to. For crops, we have started some amount of assessment. I think we are around 90% complete with our assessment, or as you would have indicated that you see our officers on the ground, there is a plan distribution that has already started. We'll reach out to the Member of Parliament to also include a MP in this plan distribution. For other crops, such as the coffee, we are, teaming up with JACRA to make sure that we reach all farmers where we need to help with fertilizers and other chemicals. We are doing so.
Just to quickly add, for the coffee area on the JACRA, we have committed so far $100 million to begin the resuscitation activity. And so JACRA has been advised of this, and we are expecting that the resources are going to be going out, if they have not started already, in short order. They have some fertilizer down there that they're supposed to be distributing right now. And as the team is on the ground doing the assessment, we are expecting them to collaborate strongly with the members of Parliament. The fact is, this ministry boasts that it has very excellent relationship with the representatives on the ground. And that is something that, I push very hard, because you are best placed and have the information, sometimes even beyond what we have regarding what is happening on the ground. And so there's a lot of benefit to working with the representatives on the ground, and RADA knows how to do that. If there are any gaps, we'll be very happy to turn that around. So there's $100 million there for the coffee. There's also $100 million that has been made available for the banana sector already in order to get going. Ms. Coney can expand on that. But so where some banana farmers actually prune their plants before the hurricane, some have experienced significant losses. I think the overall loss is about 90% in terms of what we are seeing across the space. The good point was made with regards to the mapping. What we have here is, I would think, perhaps a little bit better than the map that was mentioned, because we have the actual figures for the damage for the different areas. And so we have shared this. And if there's, we can give you the details surrounding what was involved in the assessment. And therefore, we'd be happy to be advised.
So you could give
or
the figures for Northwest St. Catherine in particular, if the Member of Parliament wanted it?
Yes.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, if there's anything, we can show you the details of what was involved in the figure. And if there's anything that we have missed, we are very happy to update it. Because like I said, the first tranche of $3 billion has come to the ministry on top of $450 million that we have in incentive that we have immediately started pushing out. And we are prepared to continue to seek the additional resources, because overall, what we are seeking to aid in the recovery is something like between $15 to $20 billion.
So you're saying each Member of Parliament can contact the RADA office and get the specific damages to their constituency based on the communities and the areas in their constituency. Thank you. There was a second question. What was it covered? And that, okay. Mr. Hines? And then Mr. Phillips. Oh, and then Mr. Newell. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would just want to find out from the Ministry of Agriculture if they're aware that the extensive flooding in North Clarendon has caused many of the farm roads to be no more, sort of soil erosion and land slippage. And as such, persons can't access the spaces that they usually farm in. And if the ministry is intending on rehabilitating those roads in a fairly quick time, and if you will do some linkage and joining up with the Ministry of Works to even repair some of the major roads that leads to those farms. That's the first question across North Clarendon. And the second question is for the areas that were flooded, the Bogwell, Anderson Town area. If the Ministry of Agriculture will do some again, joining up with the Ministry of Health to try and make sure that those spaces are are cleansed before the farmers actually go and start to use the spaces again, because they had a lot of dead animals, cow, goats, and all the rest of it. And we know about dengue and the other diseases that are around now. So I want to know how involved is the Ministry of Agriculture with those other ministries to try and remedy the situation, to allow the farmers to start to work as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take 2 more questions before I turn it back over. But I know the temptation to be very parochial and deal with our individual. But since this is not a standing finance committee where everybody has an opportunity to ask, I'd like us to focus more on the systemic issues, the broader issues, not just specific to our constituencies, if at all possible. Mr. Newell.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few questions. So one, in terms of the move to have the eastern parishes replace the lost production capacity short-term in the west, what plans does the ministry have to fast-track? Well, first to audit, assess lands that are held by Ministry of Agriculture through AIC or any other entity, and to possibly fast-track lease. I don't want to be parochial, but I know in Nonsuch, for example, there are a number of tracts of lands that might be assigned to people but are not under production. So I want to know what the plans are for those and the mechanism for fast-tracking. That's one. Second, and this is more broadly for members of parliament, especially in constituencies that have hilly terrain. In my own parish, I know RADA has no functioning tractor. And when they did, they had a rubber wheel tractor, but the terrain, the farmers contend, makes an iron wheel tractor more suitable, a D4, D6, that type of unit. So I want to know what plans are in place for places like Portland and St. Mary that may not have functioning tractors, and whether your budget will allow you to send something short-term. I'm also aware that in St. Mary as a parish, 80% of the funding that was initially made available for land preparation had been utilized. And after the storm, a decision was taken to use much of it to deal with planting material. I want to know what level of resources will be provided to each parish to assist with land preparation, especially in instances where your current budget doesn't allow you to go and purchase units. I heard mention of the distribution of fertilizer and seeds. I want to be clear on the mechanism for such distribution. Sometimes the stories you hear are not accurate, but I've heard stories about RADA distributing fertilizers, and people will give you the story that these people have not been farming for a while. So I want to know the mechanism. And finally, I want to know whether the numbers you have provided include farmers who are not registered with RADA, and whether RADA will be empowered to treat with farms that are known to RADA representatives but may not be registered with RADA. Thank you.
All right, I'll throw it, since it was a multi-part question, I'll throw it back to the ministry now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right, so at points in time when the questions are being asked, I get the feeling that I want to pass it on to one of my teammates. But then when by the time the member complete, I feel like I need to to answer the entire thing in the same kind of way that he presented it.
In the same wide-ranging way there.
Let me go by saying that the roads across the entire country, the farm roads, have been extensively damaged. Even those that we had fixed up to the point of the just prior to the storm. But at the stage at which we experienced the hurricane, we still had roads that were queued up and to be executed. Immediately, that provides resources that we need to reassess and redistribute. Right? Overall, the damage to farm roads across the country was 2.7 billion. That's our estimate at this point in time. We have immediately committed over $800 million, climbing to about $1 billion, to immediately begin to address. Now, kindly consider the period in which we have to spend the money that we are talking about now between now and the end of the financial year. And so these figures that I'm giving here in terms of what is available to spend to begin to address takes that into consideration. We're not talking about monies for the next financial year as yet. So specifically for Clarendon, it's $329 million worth of damage. We have conducted that assessment, and we're going to address it. In respect of the, I'll say this too, because some members have touched on it. Initially, when after the storm, and we recognized that the major agriculture producing areas were damaged, we thought that we would quickly focus our attention on the areas that did not face the brunt of the wind and rain. When we went on the ground, we were not pleasantly surprised that the extent of the damage in those areas that were not directly hit were far worse than we anticipated. The scoring that took place in terms of just the amount of rain before and leading up, you know, the underestimation of the power of water in terms of affecting the crops and movement in these areas. So for example, you know, sections of Trelawney were badly damaged, but the sections that we thought would be spared had serious land slippage. The wind didn't hit it, but the amount of water that, you know, just really mounds and mounds and mounds of yams coming down the hillside. To get back to the local situation in terms of the tractors, we have done a lot of work in terms of improving the amount of tractors that we have and the service being available. Significant amount of new tractors, backhoes. We now have a bulldozer member that we have just landed. When was it? Last week. And it's now at Borders. And we'll be looking at the critical areas where we can deploy assistance in that service. Now, the ministry will never have the entire range of equipment to solve most of the problems. And so the rapid procurement process, emergency procurement process, will be engaged, you know, to help us to expend these funds to be able to address the issue. A brand new tractor has been purchased, and it's going straight to St. Mary, and so you would be happier. But it's a rubber reel, and so what we'll do is, based on the assessment of the need, we do have a bulldozer, and we can look at how we interchange that. But typically, the rubber reel should be able to serve those areas.
All right, I'm going to ask you to.
Okay.
I want to.
So
No, I just asked you to be very concise with the answers.
Yes, Chairman. So the engagement of suppliers of these services is a big component of what we do. And in terms of farmers to be addressed, we're addressing all farmers across this space. As a matter of fact, those lands across the country on the government coffers. We have structured the sector, Mr. Chairman, quickly. Production zones, agro-park, agroeconomic zone. And so while this grows on you, all the lands are covered across the country. That's separate and apart from livestock activity. That's mainly structured for crops. All the lands that government have, whether they are currently on lease, as long as they are not in production, we have asked the AIC and or all the agencies that have lands in their possession to sequester those lands and to bring them immediately in production. This is to complement, or we will be using the free tractor service that we are offering to complement the execution of activities there, as well as to provide free seedlings, that planting material and input to get farmers going. So I'm imploring, Mr. Chairman, finally, the members of Parliament and the local
I'd ask you, restrict yourself though to just answering the questions. I know you're doing a bit of PR for the ministry. Mr. Phillips and then Ms. Berger.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you speak about the tractors, about how many tractors we have in total, and how many of them are working. I have a concern with the assessment that you said ought to be done. Because even before the hurricane, and you had a ratio of extension officers to farmers in the region of about 2,000 farmers to one extension, probably around 3,000. Most, I can say, in my own constituency, and I'm sure in other parts of the island, that some of these extension officers have been affected by the hurricane. And for you to do an assessment, the question is, have the Ministry of Agriculture rather looked at bolstering and the amount of officers or personnel that you'll have on the ground to do the assessment for these farmers? Secondly, or thirdly, you speak about the seeds that you had in hand before the hurricane. I remember the minister standing up in the house here. I remember you coming to the PAAC sort of boasting that you had made preparation before burial of the procurement of $40 million worth of seeds. So in your report, I would imagine that this is the same $40 million worth of seeds. So you're saying that there are other seeds that have come in after, all right? How much of that was dispensed before, and how much is it that we have now? And I would imagine that you will need to procure more seeds, and what is the time frame of those additional seeds to come in to be able to put the farmers in production. And the reason why I'm asking, because also here I see that you have $100 million worth of Irish potato seeds that you're distributing. In the past, PS, you know, Manchester is Irish potato country, and especially northwest, northeast, and how the distribution has been done in the past. You know, as a member of parliament, I don't have to get into the distribution, but we are generally the first responders on the ground, Chairman. And when you see distribution taking place, and as one member said earlier, some persons who are actually not farmers getting these items and end up selling them to other persons, then it begs the question, where do we sit in the mix of things in a time when this is unprecedented, in ensuring that the materials get to those who are most in need? And as the chairman asked, can we make recommendations to persons who we know are actual farmers, to rather, who are registered farmers, to be able to get some of these? We asked the question in the House, Chairman, the last one, of the minister. I would imagine you have more unregistered farmers out there than registered farmers, who are farmers who need the support. Will the ministry, through RADA, put in a system in assessing those farmers, but also doing on-the-ground registration that these individuals can get some help to get back into production? Because the rain never and the breeze never fall on one house. It hit everyone. And it is how that we can get these persons back into production quickly.
All right, thank you. Ms. Berger?
Hi, thank you, Chairman. P.S. I wonder if the assessment as laid out here, and I'm not trying to be parochial or myopic, but St. James accounts for livestock crop damage at a bit over $2 billion. Most of the farm roads in St. James have been cut off, not just to vehicular traffic, but also to foot. So a lot of our farmers haven't been able to access their farms. How then did we reach $2.1 billion? Is it solely aerial coverage, or have you found another way to get into these farms so that we can truly present a picture that reflects what's happening on the ground? One. Number two, PS, with respect, it's related to the farm roads. I know you mentioned the $2.7 billion worth of loss that you've registered, and about 800 million, you said, has been identified to assist with farm roads. But in the interim, I know that is to be spent over the rest of the financial year. In the interim, can we get some marl and shingles or whatever to kind of fill the gap in some of these areas until you get to reinstating the roads? Because we have what is left of our crops after Hurricane Melissa can still be recovered, but we just can't access it. So we want to know if there can be some interim measures, filling in some of the greater craters so that we can get out the food that is still there before it goes bad. And finally, with respect to food security, and speaking from Western Jamaica and St. James in particular, the markets are already reflecting the loss of the food we would have expected to have on the shelves at this time. Are there any interim measures that the ministry is contemplating to ensure we have meals at Christmas, and that I know it takes 6 to 9 months for the bananas to come back and the plantains to come back, but what interim measure so that we are not starving are you contemplating so we have food for Christmas?
All right, I'm going to suggest that rather than go a second round of questions after we get answers for these, that we move on to another ministry. We have 4 ministries here. We've used an hour already. And I really don't want us to go a second round while we have important other ministries to get to. So, no, the second round I'm talking about. Those who haven't asked a question yet, I will still allow. But I'm throwing it to the ministry to respond to those questions now. No, but Mr. Williams appears to have I don't know how much farmers he has in his area, but he has a second round, so you can go with him. PS, just turn on your mic for me. PS, just turn on your mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be very quick in dealing with this. Regarding seeds. The previous situation was $80 million.
That's why I wanted to ask the question, because it was added to
that was totally
You're saying you just want to tag it on to...
Yes, because it's a quick question that it would be incorporated in the answer. 2 areas. One, what was happening in respect of the drone mapping of crops that we had, farm roads that we have, being able to quickly assess exactly what is the extent of the damage. That's related to the question, Ms.
And then
read the seeds. Even though we spoke about seeds, what about seedlings in particular? If RADA has been able to identify existing seedlings, and why that particular question, seedlings would help us to recover faster for the cash crops that we would need for Christmas than seeds at this moment. So if they could give us an idea of the extent of seedlings that survive Melissa and how fast we would be able to get those distributed so we can get moving for Christmas.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeds and seedlings. So I did indicate $80 million for the first with burial, and that was all expended. This $40 million we are talking about is new money. That came out of production incentive in preparing for the season. Now, when I speak to seeds. The technical term really is planting material because it is not seeds alone that we use. Yes, and so when it comes on to planting material now that is available, I indicated earlier that all planting material that we have will be made available. But in addition to that, we have sequestered all nursery operators across the country, not only to come on board in rapidly producing seedlings, but also to recover from them what they have that can be a part of the distribution in order to get production back up and running. So $1.5 million overall, 1.5 million seedlings targeting 120 hectares, some 300 acres. And for vegetable seed distribution, we have already covered approximately, in terms of distribution, 270 hectares. So borders in and of itself, we have got material out of our borders facility that can cover 160, what is supposed to be acres or hectares? Hectares. And for sweet potato, for example, we have a program actively going on for the production of sweet potato slips, clean sweet potato slips that we are distributing to farmers. And immediately we have some 5,000 to cover 11.6 acres available.
I think Mr. Phillips' question
Right, so
was
that's
not just that you had them. He wanted to know, as MP, could he be aware of what is happening specifically in his constituency?
I'm going to get to that. One of the things that he mentioned is Irish, Manchester, the Irish belt. The $120 million that we have put to Irish seed, and this had nothing to do with the hurricane. The seeds are here, and you know where they are. I'm inviting you to put your documentation in, as you know you would, and the members of parliament and the local representatives are critical in helping us to it. That's the appeal I was making, Chairman, at the close of my previous presentation, that we are open for that and it's free for that. And we want to plug all situations that are not consistent with the framework in which we expect to operate. Quickly, in terms of the assessment, the question was asked about the overall assessment and how we went about it, given the limitation with not only extension officers, but accessing the areas. We have come a long way with the technology. We have drones in the ministry and handing in each agencies. And we too had started the satellite linking for imagery and that kind of thing. In addition to that, our external partners, the FAO, had provided us some resource, some experts that use data sets collected and the satellite imagery again in a very coordinated and strategic way to analyze what is happening on the ground. So I think from where we sit, we have, as best as possible at this point in time, information that we think is accurate. In terms of the areas that you want us to access.
Just on that point, though, one of the things we struggle with as members of parliament is a lack of data. A lot of the information we have is anecdotal. We can't possibly go to every field, etc. So where you have that information, could you break it out, not by parish, but by constituency, and share that information with members of parliament? I think it would be greatly appreciated.
All right. So we are committing again that the details that we have, we can share.
Sure.
I have asked Mr. Price right here immediately to put that together so we can.
How long do you think that will take, Mr. Price?
No time, man.
In a week?
I will work with Ryder. I will work with Ryder to get those data out.
Even though your mic is on, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm saying that. I will work with Ryder to get the information out by the end of next week.
Thank you.
All right. Quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we're really running out of time now.
Yeah, recall that we had indicated some time ago that we are restructuring Ryder, and it's targeted in terms of the number of extension officers, the ratio for that to change. That is underway. Yes.
Completion date.
Well, you know, this.
Or it's one of these on.
No, I'm just saying that we have been derailed, but we're going to get back to it. And we have expended the first tranche of funds. We have the document, it's completed. It's to go back to cabinet for approval based on the outcome of what they. No. The tranche now to move to the final restructuring because the consultancy came in.
Mr. Phillips, no cross-examining. We're not going too deep into each ministry at this first meeting. It's not a deep dive meeting. This is we want to kind of get a sense of the overall state of play. I'm going to, after the ministries make their presentations, propose a series of dates for follow-on meetings when we can do the deep dive into any particular area that the committee is interested in. So I just want to, since Mr. Crawford is very insistent, and I think Mr. Williams, just one follow-up question from each of them.
Well, in fairness, Mr. Chairman, I was courteous to say I'll do two and wait for others. And then all of a sudden I was almost disqualified.
So just go quickly.
Yes. Chairman, question to the Minister of Agriculture and Mining. Now, I am in a constituency that has Windalco, and I've observed a disproportionate number of roof damage compared to the wind that we should have experienced. Further research have led me to the hypothesis that those roofs were weakened by the bauxite, dust, etc. In that space. I've equally found cases, lawsuits against the bauxite plants and industry that show that that is a fact. Is there any consideration for those areas that the weakened roof would have caused greater damage? Zinc roof. The mixture of water and bauxite does have proven itself to weaken zinc. Secondly, the welfare, have there been consideration knowing the dependence on the reaping, the dependence on the output, and also the timing of Christmas for many, including Sorrel, Gungo, etc. Has there been any consideration for welfare interventions in the interim period for those who have been affected? And my final question, backyard chicken has been a staple throughout Jamaica. Many have lost their chicken in the hurricane, but others have lost it to the lack of electricity. Is there any planned intervention for those persons who are backyard chicken farmers?
Thank you. And Mr. Williams, final question for this.
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, in your presentation, you...
Could you speak a little louder?
In your presentation, I'm just trying to quote what you said, so you can pick it up. You said roads queued up and that you had to reassess and redistribute. I just wanted to be very clear what you meant by that. That's one. Two, you mentioned $229 million worth of damage. Could you just say, just for my information, what the 229 represent? It's total damage to the sector, which should include infrastructural damage, roads. And if anything I've asked is in your... I
think that breakout is in the...
If it's in there, just say that.
It's in there. It's in there.
I got it late, so I didn't go through it, but I've been browsing through and I've seen some of the questions that I planned to ask. I've kind of seen the answers. So if the answer is in your report, then just say so.
It's in there. Go, just wrap up for me. Sorry, could you just press back your mic? I thought you were finished, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to know what is meant by... I'm kind of figuring what is meant, but I just want to be sure. Okay. Reassess and redistribute.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Pierce.
So before I get to the roads, I'll just deal with the welfare and those issues. Food security was mentioned as a very important activity. And I just want to reassure that we are doing all the necessary things, salvaging what currently exists for redistribution, and we are providing support for farmers who have crops that can be salvaged in one area, we are prepared to help with redistribution to other areas. The ministry have trucks and vehicles to be able to do that. This is something that we do anyway, so it's about continuing that exercise. Or we are able to provide support for private providers to aid in that exercise. We have contemplated what the food security demand on a monthly basis for the country is, for especially things that were badly damaged, cash crops and those things. And we are prepared to facilitate their importation up to a point where as soon as the recovery kicks in, we are able to seize that and to enable local farmers to be able to access the market space. So we have that. And so Christmas, we are hoping, will not be as good as it used to be, but may not be as bad as, you know,
it could otherwise be.
It could be, even for eggs. So we are asking the companies that supply eggs was short before, to actually import eggs to bring in. And that's a first in a very, very, very long time, just to take.
All right.
We have assessed it, and it's.
I think
it's
you haven't answered Mr. Williams' question.
The welfare situation is that while the ministry is responsible and is engaged in trying to bring back production, it is lives and livelihood that were impacted. And so we are reaching out to the farmers across the country in terms of aiding in their stability by, there's a committee I mentioned which deals with that. And so we are out there providing packages and providing support.
And
yes,
I imagine you'll be working with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Yeah,
in that,
that's what I'm saying. It's not really our responsibility, but we feel so moved. And so we have been doing that across the island.
Could you answer Mr. Williams' question now?
Damaged roof and zinc. That is something that is a structured way to deal with that. The reports come in, the bauxite company respond accordingly. I will be ensuring that they respond accordingly. So those reports, we'd like to get them in, and apart from that, they're actually helping right now, right, to replace, being driven by the JBM. Already I have signed off on monies. There's a... Well, I'm not sure I should say that because it hasn't come off. There's a ship in the port with a whole heap of zinc to help the bauxite people. But they are working through to get that off. But in the meantime, I've already approved under the JBM for them to use some monies that they have in their budget. And they have started that. So please check on the ground and let us know if that is happening. We're prepared to respond. And the backyard chicken, we are committed 100. We're buying 100,000 chickens as quickly as possible, and to give them out free to get, that activity going. Should help Christmas, should help the recovery. So we want to know the needs that you have in that regard. In terms of the roads, I'm going to ask Mr. Edmondson to quickly respond to the Rada Farm Road. You ask about redistribution, reassessment.
Turn on your mic, Mr. Edmonds.
So, of course, to quickly answer a question about those roads that would have been assessed and actually gone through procurement, and no action was taken on them and suffered damage. We'll have to reassess those roads. So that's why we group them together to make sure that we have those separate from the freshly damaged roads. Right? Okay.
All right. Mr. Permanent Secretary, I want to thank you very much. You and your team, you've been very helpful. You gave us a very comprehensive report in a short period of time. But I'd ask that you follow through with breaking out the assessments by constituency and sharing it with members of parliament who keenly need the data. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask the Ministry of Finance and OPM to just come and share because those two ministries, I think, can give not so much a sector specific as an overview. Sorry? we can stay here forever, but I'm concerned for the staff. Thank you very much, Mr. PS and the agriculture. OPM and Ministry of Finance. Where is it?
I'm wondering if they have not yet reached.
Uh,
Not here.
OPM still hasn't, I know they were in transit, it looks like they haven't arrived. Ministry of Economic Growth is within the OPM, but I would,
No, separate.
they're separate now. Okay. So I would just take a quick overview because I think we're going to get a very high level explanation of the impact on the fiscal from Ms. Morrison. And then I would invite Ms. Carol Palmer and her team to come next. And you can probably sit where you are so we don't have to shuffle you over. So, Ms. Morrison.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So in terms of the questions that we had received, it was really in relation.
Okay, you may
In
need
terms of the questions that were received, was in relation to the financing. It was more in relation to the financing.
Right. So just to you may have missed the overview I gave to the previous permanent secretary. I was saying we've asked some specific questions to sort of stimulate the responses. But if you want to take an approach of just giving an overview, and then which might or might not cover the specific questions, and there might be follow-up questions that the members have. So just 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes, and then since you have fewer constituency-specific answers, I anticipate your questioning will be short.
All right, so our questions, first question was to outline the main sources and amounts of funds available to the ministry to provide relief and recovery assistance in the event of national disasters, and how long will it take for those funds to be disbursed. We did provide a response with a table, so I will just indicate what is here is what would have been in place on October 28 in terms of our disaster risk financing. It was sent late, but it's here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll run through.
Could we circulate it by email just to continue? We'll just circulate it to the members by email so we can catch up.
Yeah, she has it.
No.
Okay. So at October 28, what we had in place in terms of disaster risk financing policy would have been the contingencies fund with $5.3 billion, the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund with $1 billion. We had policies with the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility for tropical cyclone. The amount would have insured is a $14.8 billion. I'm giving the Jamaica dollar equivalence. It's $14.8 billion. Excess rainfall, $6 billion. Earthquake, $17.6 billion. For the IDB Credit Contingent Facility, $46.2 billion. The World Bank Catastrophe Bond, $24.3 billion. And for the World Bank CAT DDO, $6.8 billion. So those figures give you a total of $122 billion Jamaican dollars. That is what is in place in terms of what would
immediately available.
What
cash
would be available given the Hurricane Melissa disaster. Clearly, something like the earthquake doesn't trigger. So those related to the tropical cyclone and to excess rainfall triggered, not all at the maximum. So that 122 billion is not what you should expect.
Oh, 122 is the maximum.
It's the maximum under the whole overall disaster.
In terms of what you anticipate, based on what was triggered by the tropical cyclone, what would that total be?
All right, so everything is not yet assessed. We do have some that have disbursed already, some that's assessed. We have one that is definitely outstanding. In terms of the assessment is still taking place. So for the 1 second. I'm not seeing my table. All right, so for the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the tropical cyclone would have been 91.6. That is, it's at what has disbursed is 70 billion. Of that, some bank fees would come out, so I think we have ended up with 68 million US. On the excess rainfall, the amount that was insured is 37.3. Of that, 20 million US has disbursed.
All right, no, you're starting. I'm getting a bit confused when you change the currencies.
Sorry.
Could you?
Because I don't have the disbursed amount
all,
in G. That's why I was giving you back. That's why I was giving you back the US.
All we're trying to understand. Give it to us in one currency. What do we anticipate will be available based on whatever we qualify for from the policies and the disaster we had? What's that total that we anticipate will be available? And then you can break it out into what has already been disbursed and what you're awaiting. Just the total. If you want to give me a figure in Jamaican and a figure in US, that's fine.
We're expecting, okay, so the 122 billion J that I gave you would be equivalent to 753 as what is the overall policy. We're expecting approximately 622 million US from that. 753.
Okay.
Approximately.
Okay. In total, 622 million. You can continue. Was there?
All right. So what has already disbursed is the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility amounts. The World Bank Catastrophe Bond has been approved. We're expecting disbursement December 1. The IDB Credit Contingent Facility, we are awaiting the assessment of how much of that will be disbursed. And the World Bank Cat DDO, we have commenced. It would include our estimated amounts for that.
Sorry. Go ahead. You keep saying that you're waiting on a final assessment. So the 622.
Yes, so you asked what we were potentially expecting.
Yes, so this is a potential
overall
expectation.
Yes,
but
including what has already disbursed.
Disbursed. But you're still waiting on that final
yes, we're
after
still
the
waiting
assessment.
on one, yes.
Okay.
The IDB Credit Contingent Facility for how much of that will be disbursed. So we have an estimate.
Of the 753 potential total coverage, 622 is your estimate of what we'll be able to claim on.
Okay, the 622, the IDB Credit Contingent Facility at October 28 was 285 million. We were in the process of doing an amendment to increase it. All of the things had taken place. The IDB board had not yet approved. They have approved it since, and so that 285 has moved to 300 in terms of what would be available. Right, so it is likely, but I'm not saying we are getting the 300. It is likely.
All right, I have, you were finished your initial presentation?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Did you have anything else to share with us before we start asking you questions? I know you were interrupted by Member Phillips.
Well, you had two other questions.
Okay, go ahead. Respond.
All right, your other question was about how much resources have MOFPS provided so far for MDAs for relief assistance. So a total of $1.5 billion has been disbursed. There are other amounts that we are in the process of preparing. In terms of the 1.5 disbursed, there was a $350 million approval for withdrawal from the National Disaster Fund. That would have been ODPEM. There is 189 million from the Constituency Development Fund. It's incorrectly noted on the thing. Constituency Development Fund for MPs too, and 57 million for councillors to the Ministry of Local Government. There is also $1 billion that has been disbursed to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We are in the process of preparing the others that have been directed by the Cabinet. So they'll be out by later this week.
Okay, so most of the figures that we heard, for example, from the Ministry of Agriculture, most of their funding would have come from reallocation of previously budgeted amounts. The incremental amount from the Ministry of Finance to the line ministries is just 1.5 billion thus far.
Right. In terms of approval for the Ministry of Agriculture, we have not yet disbursed in relation to Melissa.
And question 3?
Okay, so with respect to question 3, which was how much does Ministry of Finance anticipate it may be called on to provide to mitigate damage caused by Melissa, the Ministry of Finance will be providing the funds on the direction of the Cabinet, so we would not.
But at a minimum, we would expect it to be the 622 million that you get under the various insurance and contingencies that you mentioned earlier.
Well, that is what is available.
Pretty much
would be
in the
available,
short term, in the immediate term.
In the short term, from the official policy instruments that we had in place. I would like to add that subsequent to the hurricane, we have gotten indications of the possibility for other flows. So one in particular, the IMF has indicated that we can access the rapid financing instrument. And so we would be seeking to do that as well, where we have moved to do that.
But you haven't quantified the amount yet?
All right, so again, they would need to tell us what's the max that would be available. We believe we are able to pull down 430 million, but it is possible that that can
be increased.
Up.
Okay, thank you. Just my first and only question for you is I've heard economic commentators say that countries like Barbados have a debt pause clause, I think is how they refer to it, in their borrowing agreements, so that when there is a catastrophe or disaster like this, it can suspend, you get a moratorium on payments for a particular period of time. Did we have any of those, or do we have similar clauses in any of our loan agreements?
Okay, so it's, to the best of my knowledge, we don't have them in our agreements at this time. It's something that has come up, but basically what those clauses do is delay the payments for maybe a 2-year period, but you then need to...
You ultimately have to pay back the money, but it gives you the cash flow.
It doesn't get the maturity.
It extends the maturity.
Change.
Oh, the maturity doesn't change. But it gives you a breathing room in terms of the short-term cash flows that you can...
If you need it, yes.
You can redirect to recovery. But in our case, that's only theoretical because we don't have those at this time.
No.
Any questions for... Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. The $622 million US that we would be able to access initially, is any element of that interest bearing, or is all of that just insurance payout?
Some of it are loans.
Some of it would be loans.
It is loans.
What would be the interest rate element on average? And sort of give us.
All right. Let me get that information and provide it back to you.
So for this, I would love the minister to be able to give us an idea at some point as to what is the cost to the country to be able to access this, and if we go as far as needing to access the rapid finance from the IMF, what would that cost be also? How does that impact our national debt? And my final question is, all of these facilities that are available to us, what percentage of GDP would that assist us in terms of recovering to spend? So I know it's a loan, I know it's not us generating that GDP, but if we have a 30% gap in the initial estimate, what percentage or what part of that 30% gap would this help to alleviate in the immediate future.
All right. So again, I'm going to come back to you on that because the recovery is going to take place over more than 1 year. And so we would need a better idea of what it looks like across the years. We are, in fact, expecting to come to the Parliament with the third supplementary shortly, and that at that point we would have some more information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Phillips?
Just on what the member was asking, of this 622, and you just said that part of it is loan, how much of that 622 or estimated 622 you suspect or have as loan? And does the ministry have an estimated figure of what the damage and reconstruction would be?
All right. Approximately 342 million of the 622 would be loans.
So a little bit over half.
Yeah.
342 will be, all right. And then I guess you'll follow up with the information that you asked on there. And is there an estimated figure that the Ministry of Finance has on the damage that has been, I mean, from the hurricane? We hear
So
the Prime Minister came with that figure, so I just want to know if...
Right, so the Planning Institute of Jamaica would have been doing the assessment. The Prime Minister's figure would have been informed by that.
That's a 60.
I suppose by the time the minister comes to Parliament with the supplementary estimates, she would have a figure from the PIOJ. All right, I don't think we need to detain Ms. Morrison anymore. Thank you very much for giving us what we understand is very preliminary figures at this time, but it helps, get a sort of order of magnitude of what we're facing. Without asking, not that I don't like P.S. Palmer to be close to me, but just to save you the shuffling around, and in the interest of time, I would just invite you to remain where you're seated, and then after your ministry, Mr. Hunter and his ministry can come over. But we'll just go straight into inviting you to give an overview, P.S. Palmer, from the energy and science, energy and technology perspective. Of course, many of us represent constituencies that still have not had light return to substantial portions of our parishes, and in some cases maybe to the entire constituency of South St. James. I don't know if it has still no JPS here. So we're anxious to hear from you, even while understanding that those are private sector companies, but we know you're in day-to-day contact with them, so you would be able to give us the current state of play. Go ahead, Ms. Powell. Your mic is on.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
And members of the PAAC. Yes, we are in daily contact, maybe sometimes more than once for the day, with JPS as well as our telecoms providers to get current and up-to-date information on the strategies that they are employing to get the country back on track. Unfortunately, I am not able to give you what is the plan, because that has to come from JPS, and as I indicated to you in our conversation this morning, perhaps it would do the committee well to invite JPS, Flow, and Digicel, as well as the OUR, to appear before the committee to give full and better particulars. It is a very challenging time for us as a ministry, but we do not control what these entities do, though we can seek to apply pressure. You may recall what the ministry did under Minister Vaz last year for Beryl, and really pushed for JPS to respond. And we are doing much the same now, but we do not have full information on their plans. You know, they share what they choose to share, if I dare say so myself. However, we have prepared answers to the questions we received, and my colleagues here with me, the Principal Director Todd Johnson and Principal Director Smith Newton, will speak to the electricity and telecommunications, respectively. So we'll give you those responses now, and then we will take the questions you may have to the extent we are able to respond to them. Thank you.
Just a short absence, and I missed the entire presentation. Okay, so it would be more useful to have the companies themselves being represented.
The committee that deals with infrastructure to call those agencies in and pull together a report for us so that we can take it from there. Because PS, normally it would be the ministry and agency that is compiling the information from those relevant agencies to be able to respond. And why I said, Chair, you missed it, PS just said that really they haven't given any much more significant information to the ministry than is probably available
That is in
to
the
us.
public domain?
Right. And they're just pushing as hard as they can to get the recovery, but you know, they wouldn't be seized of that level of detail to.
But I don't think there is
help
anything
us.
that prohibits us from having those entities come before the PAAC. I must tell you, I'm particularly disappointed. I think after burial, the JPS was much better in projecting their recovery. And I can understand, you know, maybe in the hardest hit parishes, it would be too early for that. But certainly in Manchester and St. Mary, you know, we would expect that they could, even in St. Andrew, I know, although it's only 5% out in St. Andrew, that. I must tell you, I've been asking the regional communications officer for projections on a daily basis, because it helps people to plan. It's not just that, you know, it may not be making it any quicker, but at least if you know it's going to be in 6 weeks' time versus next week, you can plan for how you're going to deal with, you know, a generator or whatever.
Particularly gives a projection, but it's not of no use to us because.
No. Well, I don't know if they're giving it for St. Andrew, but they're not giving it for Manchester. They don't give any projection. Ms. Palmer, you go ahead.
Yes, committee members and chair, we have been pushing, and you would have heard in the press conferences that the government has been having about what is told, and even the CEO for JPS has been invited to speak. But there are many parishes, and it's in the report. We've given a breakdown by percentage for each parish, but that is not satisfactory to our people. And maybe I'm not supposed to say that. But it is not enough to say you've done 20%, 40%, 60%, when people don't have light. And as one man said the other day, where he lives, they never lost light. So when you say you have restored 65% to the area where he is, that's not true, because they had the light all the time. So we are in a constant confrontation, if you will, with JPS about giving us some proper information and timelines so that the citizens can organize themselves. So the fight continues as far as JPS is concerned. Digicel has given us some projections in theirs, and I think Flow to some extent. They are working, and of course, a lot of their work in some areas is dependent on the return of electricity. So that's really the dilemma, sir.
Mr. Newell?
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question, but just for context. And I think that the context applies across the country. Electricity is life and death. There are constituents who reach out to me losing hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars worth of medication. And they're in a situation where they're unable to replace it. And sometimes I don't get the same sensitivity. Now, last year, before I became a member of parliament, I was able to get better information from JPS after burial. Now, as member of parliament, I can hardly get any information. So I have a question. Is the ability of the ministry to push JPS hampered by the fact that a notice, a formal notice that their license will not be renewed has been provided? Is there any detection of that? And I wonder whether any light, any light can be shed on that.
No pun intended. PS?
This way. The information we've been given is that they need to secure financing. And because we have pulled on the license, if you will, my choice of words, they are unable to attract capital. And I mustn't say this publicly, should I? The time remaining on the license does not allow them enough time to secure capital so that they can repay within the time of the license. And there's no guarantee that there will be a renewed or new license unless JPS is willing to agree to new terms. And we cannot step back on that. Right? The country has been suffering high price of electricity and all the other things that we've been talking about for years, and we have agreement, approval from cabinet to push for these changes. So the issue is we are now seeking to see how we can assist and facilitate them securing capital.
Do you mean by that a sovereign guarantee?
Not sovereign guarantee, I cannot tell you that. But what is being done is that there's a request before us for an extension of the license that will give them wiggle room, is the word I want to use, so they can secure some financing.
So, just for clarification, you had said, PS Farman, I just want to get clarification, that there are changes to the terms of the license which the ministries or the government is pushing for.
Yes.
But in the circumstances, isn't it the company that now holds the handle in these negotiations?
That's what they feel. But that's not it, because if they are dependent on us to be able to secure financing, then we have the handle.
Well, Chairman, I don't think we want to have a public negotiation.
But we want to know what we're facing.
Yes, but I think we're kind of we're giving away our hand and our card and everything with some of the questions, I must admit. So I'm not sure if we want to have a public.
Mr. Crawford, I am certain P.S. Palmer can handle herself. You don't need to
All
defend
right,
her.
I withdraw then,
I
Chairman.
know her very well, and I feel certain she can walk between the raindrops. Mr. Phillips.
No, Mr. Phillips not in line yet. Mr. Phillips not in line.
Mr. Phillips was
And Mr. Phillips, unless Member Burchell
Yes,
is going to
Okay.
give
I was
him
next.
Also.
Yes.
So
Go ahead,
you-
Ms.
you-
Burchell.
You turn off our mic twice already, so please have it recorded. So you can. I will yield to Ms. Burchell, Member Burchell, after which I'll ask my question. And then, Mr. Phillips, you are next in line.
The speaker is helping you
Madam
to chair.
Speaker, you like to tell us. Anyway, could you turn off your mic?
Madam Speaker is helping you to chair.
I will not say a word, but you turned my mic off 2 times already. So I have lost my space in the line twice. And I am a decent, obedient member
but you
of
know,
the committee, unlike the rubber rousers
it-
behind me. So
it's-
I shall.
It's
I
the
shall-
order. It's the order
right,
in
so
which
well,
you
let's
catch
go with
the
the
eye
order
of
then.
the presiding officer.
Well, let me show you what is supposed to happen.
Anyway,
No, that's how you must catch
no.
the eye.
Ms. Burchell, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. P.S. And while you push for more information from the service providers, especially JPS, when they send a report that says St. James has 79% of its customers still being out, it really doesn't paint the picture for deep rural constituencies, which are 0% recovered, you know. So when they break it out, if you could ask them to separate or disaggregate the data so that I can then work with my producers, my chicken farmers, and other producers in the constituency so they can have a timeline as to when they can ramp up their production. Because not one light post has been raised in South St. James since the passage of Hurricane Melissa. The wires, a lot of them, in trying to clear the pathway, we've had to cut them to get vehicle moving through the constituency. So 79% just means that the Elegant Corridor in Montego Bay has electricity, and parts of Bogue, that's a city. The rural constituencies are still in 100% darkness.
Through you, Chair. My mic is already
No,
on,
I
Chair.
thought you,
So
Ms. Palmer was going to respond.
unless you're going to answer one at a time. Go ahead.
Did you have a
The
response?
fact is, we have asked JPS to break down the figures because telling people percentages don't mean anything to the average person, right? 76 of what? Right? So we have been pushing, but only this morning I've sent a letter to the OUR because we need the OUR to help us to fight this fight.
Perhaps the OUR might be an agency that we could usefully.
Yeah, to include them, she suggested it.
Right. So, at the end of the meeting on the AOB, in terms of scheduling, we can deal with that. Okay, Mrs. Honis, rather.
Very good. P.S., you may not be able to respond, but I'd like for you to just take this notation so that it would be considered by JPS in particular in terms of how they approach the resumption of electricity, especially in spaces that are rural. Well, I pay keen attention to the fact that the notation is paying customers. So the percentage is not necessarily indicative of how many persons do not have light, but who they are responsible to give electricity back to. The parish manager in each parish, I feel, is a good contact. I have the parish manager's number for St. Andrew, Kingston and St. Andrew. I think other MPs would need to do the same. I would love for them to give us an indication instead of percentages, the critical spaces that need electricity first. So for my constituency, you don't have water as one of the things that lack of electricity is giving us challenges with. So telecoms and all of that. But I would ask that the Ministry of Science and Technology just tack onto it which areas from NWC have electrical pumps, so we can tie it back into the information in terms of how JPS prioritize return of electricity to relevant spaces, so that we do not continue to have a water problem as well because we have a problem of electricity. So if they could focus on those areas as first priority. And then there are many members of parliament like myself who are willing to assist JPS if you say this particular road needs to be widened in terms of the landslide to 20 feet so that we can pass, then that helps us to be able to help them restore the electricity to the spaces that are impacted. Or if we have a breakaway that we are going to need to dig into the hillside, we are aware. They're not communicating, so we don't know what we can do to help or which tributaries they use. So in Beryl, they would have been able to say to us, the reason you didn't get back on Irishtown Road is because we traveled through Bermuda Mount. We don't know. We want to be able to help them where we can as MPs. So
and
if
those
they
MPs
can
who
give
have,
us that
who have
information,
access to heavy equipment.
you're right, because some of us would. Some
don't.
of us do. And for, at least for those who can help, then it means that all their other heavy equipment can be diverted to where they don't have, so they can get other members of parliament back up and running in their respective
I'm sure the
seats.
ministry will take that on board.
So
but
that
remember,
is for
we have
the light.
a ministry that we haven't taken
We're going to take
yet.
one more now. Hold on, Chairman. Chair, this is important, you
You
know.
know, I know you may not
You see, when
be
we
on
get
that
to
side
some
of the mic
places to
very
be
often,
able to actually
but
serve our constituents.
But I don't want you to totally dominate the
Instead
conversation.
of-
There are many other
No, we don't
members who want to
We
participate.
don't want to. It's not that. This actually benefits all members of parliament. You know, how many of you have been in touch with your parish manager? None.
All of us have.
No, see? All right. Some don't seem
But
to
not
do
with
that.
any positive results.
All right. No, man, it will. It will. And last but not least, for the parish managers to assist us with naming the communities. Instead of saying 75% return, since it's a parish by parish arrangement for particularly JPS that they have established, they would therefore be able, even if they need our help, to say community by community, when is their projected date to return electricity to that community.
Thank you. All right, if there's Mr. Crawford and Mr. Phillips in that order.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there currently, or is there plans to, or are there plans to have the government have an input into priorities, what do you call it, reinstallation? For example, many schools still don't have electricity, and despite not having last roof, etc., are having a very difficult time reopening. And as member from East Rural St. Andrew indicated, many areas that host water pumps haven't gotten back electricity. And by extension, other persons are having health crises. Schools as well are having health concerns because of the inability to flush and other things. So is there currently, or will there be future plans to have in other circumstances such as this, the government to intervene and influence the priority reinstallations and reconnections?
Go ahead, Ms. Powell.
Tell you, and maybe from member from East Rural spoke, there is a collaboration among JPS, National Water Commission, and the telecommunications providers. Yes? And there is also a mechanism for prioritization the water sources. So perhaps what I should volunteer is if members of parliament would send to me the particular areas for themselves, and we will now take it up constituency by constituency with JPS because the Water Commission is already working with JPS to try and get all of this done. So if we get all the information together, and then maybe we are going to be bombarding them to get the water, because as a health professional myself, in my first profession, it's not lost on me the issue of having water in an area. It is not lost on me at all, right? And maybe I'll have words with the Minister of Education or my colleague PS with respect to Ministry of Education to see what the collaboration is with JPS so that the matters can be addressed, because they're all very serious matters, very, very serious matters at the risk of health issues across our country.
Mr. Philip.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam PS, in the earlier dispensation about the issue with JPS and the ministry in trying to come to a common ground, read the financing, is a little bit heartrending, because at the end of the day, it is the citizens who is like the grass under the hoof of the cow. Is there a time frame for this to be settled? Because one, if it is not, then how long will this be dragged on with JPS actually not meeting their end because of lack of financing and getting the country back to some semblance of normalcy in dealing with the restoration? Also, one member said it, the communication with JPS and us members of parliament, and it was said by the member here, was way much better. I would love to know, if there is a point person in each parish that we can talk to. And I'll tell you why. Whenever there's electricity restored in a community or on a road, say Grove Road in Mandeville, but Grove Close has no electricity, but the road next door has, or the beginning of Grove Road has, but the rest of it, the amount of calls that we are bombarded with, and we can't respond because, truth be told, I don't know who to talk to. And if you do speak to someone, they can't give you any information at all. So if that can be put in place immediately just for communication, but I don't even have a number for the parish manager. Right? And each time that there's a disaster, there's a different individual you speak to, or you hear that that person is no longer there. So just give us a point person in who. You would imagine the parish manager is busy dealing with everything, but just give us a point person to communicate with. Thirdly, in the clearing of roadways, there are many areas where the JPS poles are still down, and residents are afraid to even cut it because they feel as if they cut it, there's no electricity coming back because of a pole that needs to probably be replaced. We can't get relief into some of these areas. So even just a time frame for them to say, hey, we're at least coming in to clear the pole. Because if they're going to wait until they're restoring electricity in some of these areas, there are a lot of residents that are going to be left abandoned because we can't get to them. So those are my three.
You want to just take the final question from Ms. Burchell and then we wrap up?
Yes, PS, as is the case with the National Water Commission, when they are unable to provide water to customers, they find trucks through the pipelines, then they have to truck the water to them. Is there anything in our clause with the GPS that will compel them to provide other means, such as generators, etc., to our main areas like schools and clinics and stuff? Can we compel them to put some interim measure?
Stations. Police stations.
Police stations as well. Can we compel them? I have 3 high schools, Malden High, Cambridge High, and Anchovy High, that started on Monday without any form of power. So if JPS is unable to come into our constituency and start re-energizing us, can we compel them to provide alternate sources of energy in the interim?
Go ahead, Ms. Palmer.
Think, and I'll inform myself properly, but I do not think the license makes any compulsion to JPS to provide power in those circumstances. So we would have to see how we can work that around, because generators have been provided in the relief system, and No, I'm not speaking, and it's coming generally. So perhaps as I've been getting lists, what am I setting up myself for? As I've been getting lists for Starlink to go out into the parishes, maybe you can send me yours as well, and I'll see how we can get generators to the public facilities, because it's really for public facilities. Remember, for government, not for everybody.
Chairman, I want to...
Last question.
Not a question, but as it relates to generators in schools, I hold some concern. There are dangers that come with a generator, and there's also limited training within our schools currently on how to utilize generators properly. So while it is that I understand the immediate impact that it may have, necessary steps must be taken from the exhaust standpoint and the probability of explosion standpoint to ensure that, especially with young children, that we cater to that.
Impatient of debate. Just in closing, you didn't respond to Mr. Phillips.
Number one, we are currently in active negotiations, discussions with JPS to see how financing can be facilitated for them. That is ongoing. In fact, I can tell you we took a matter to Cabinet yesterday. And that's the third Cabinet submission since the hurricane. So it's an active process. We're not allowing our citizens to just languish for service.
The scale of what you're talking about to restore the grid, I mean, it's broad numbers, $500 million US? I'm asking you, I'm not suggesting that that's the figure.
It's absolutely not the figure that we've gotten, and I wrote to, because I was directed by Cabinet yesterday to have OUR verify the figures we got from the JPS. So I guess when that is done, the Cabinet will determine how we make that public information. But it's not $500,000 US. Absolutely.
$500 million, I said,
Half a billion?
Yes. I said $500 million. No, I could never say $500,000.
Maybe that's closer to what they are proposing, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. You want any closing?
What was the other question here? Yes, I will ask JPS for communications for the parishes. I'm sure they will tell me that you must use their app. Yeah.
But I don't know how to use the app when we have no telecommunications and we have no electricity. So
yes, I will follow through with that and send the information to the Parliament.
Yeah. All right. So just in closing, Ms. Palmer, separate from the financing issues, I think JPS could do better in terms of their communication with MPs and giving some projection. So we ask you to intervene with them on our behalf in that regard. Thank you, and thank you and your team for coming out and responding. And I know you had pre-scheduled appointments today, and we appreciate you rearranging your schedule to be here in person with us. And we always welcome your presence. Thank you. All right, is that Ms. Williams and Mr. Hunter? You're too far. Please come closer. While the science and technology team leaves, you can just come closer. Yes. Is Labor and Social Security here?
Yes.
Way up in the back corner here? You slipped my eye. Okay, stand by. I'm sure there's some question. We're not going to make you waste your afternoon, so we'll ensure we leave some time for you. All right, welcome, PS. Thank you for responding so quickly to the committee. You may have gathered by now that what we've asked you to do is to start with a statement no longer than 10 minutes, just giving an overview of the state of play, 3 weeks and a couple of days. Members, one meeting, please. Thank you. Just give us a state of play for your portfolio. 3 weeks on out of since the passage of the hurricane, and what we can look forward to in the coming weeks and months.
Yes. Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm here today with the National Works Agency, Mr. E.G. Hunter, who is the CEO, as well as Mr. Varden Downer, Senior Director for Project Implementation, and my team from Central Ministry, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. They are here as well. I'm Arlene Williams, Permanent Secretary. We have Principal Financial Officer, Mrs. Judith Robb Waters, Mrs. Janet Coleman Howlett, Senior Director, Works, Infrastructure Policy and Monitoring. We also have Mrs. Alicia Edwards, our Principal Director, National Spatial Data Management Branch. And she has accompanied me because I wanted the committee, if time allows, to have a sense of the evidence-based type of research and decision-making that we are doing in this ministry, because she, along with ARTPEM and our local and international partners, are doing the mapping of the damage in the country. We also have Ms. Christina Gardner, Senior Director, Housing Management Branch, Ms. Monique Gibbs, who is Senior Director, Strategic Planning, Performance Monitoring, Evaluation and Risk Management, and Ms. Leandra Trotman, who is Senior Technical Coordinator in my office. Following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, our country has really experienced significant damage in terms of our road network and even in terms of our housing stock. To date, we have estimated the damage, and these are very preliminary figures for the damage to the road network at $35 billion. In the interest of time, Chair, we would seek your permission to do a PowerPoint presentation capturing the questions that you would have asked. Well,
certainly. You have,
yeah.
I don't think there's any objection. Go ahead.
Yes, and so Mr. Downer is
you're
going to
connected
do
already
that.
to the system?
We
Or
gave it to,
you're attempting to connect now?
we delivered the presentation to the House. So, yes, thanks.
It might take a couple of minutes to get it up. So in the meantime, just proceed. I know if it was Mr. Hunter, he would need no PowerPoint. He would have covered every corner of the PowerPoint slide with language, which he has in abundance. So maybe you could start while we work on getting up this first slide.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. NWA is represented by just two, Mr. Donner and myself. The rest of the NWA staff are out there busy clearing roads, so it's not an affront
I don't know where they actually did, but not in Manchester, so don't draw my tongue.
Very quickly, Chairman, members, let me just set in context how the NWA approaches natural disasters, and in particular, Melissa. We do 3 cycles of mitigation in a given financial year. We start in April, May, because the hurricane season starts in June. So we do a series of drain cleaning and debushing, mostly drain cleaning, in April, May, just before the season starts. And this is done on a constituency by constituency basis. Ordinarily, we would do another cycle in August into September, because statistically, the hurricanes tend to peak in September, October. And then we do the 3rd and final cycle in December. This year in particular, we did 2 of the cycles in April, May. And that's largely because we were watching, again, because of history and background, we tend to watch the different forecasts and events coming off the coast of Africa. And so, in fact, for Melissa, we were able to see something manifesting from pretty early, and we started our prep work for Melissa. 2 significant items that we undertake just before a hurricane hits. One is the establishment of our Emergency Communication Center. This is a huge room at the NWA that is peopled by volunteers from staff, and they are there 24 hours a day. And they receive calls and reports from across the island. And they log those reports, log those incidents, and it is that logging of the incidents which would then direct where we make an intervention once we start working. And it also helps in terms of verifying the veracity of the bills that would come in. So if an incident was not reported, and then it manifests itself in terms of a bill for clearance, then we have reason to interrogate. So we do 2 things. It allows us to attend to the issue, and it also protects us in terms of anyone who may tend to be a bit adventurous. So we set up that center. I think we opened on the Friday before Melissa, and we continued for, I think, 2 weeks after. And we have all the pictures, all the videos of all the incidences which occur. So in addition to the mitigation cycles that we did in April, May, we also identify a number of vulnerable spots just before the hurricane. In particular, Sandy Gully, Gem Gully, and Burger Gully were identified to us as potential spots for some kind of calamity and required immediate intervention. And so there was an intervention. In addition to which, we then allocated funds on a constituency by constituency basis, albeit pretty close to the event, but somewhere between, each constituency was allocated somewhere between 3 million to 10 million, depending on our prognosis of the impact of the storm. And so the fact is that we did this work preparatory to the event occurring. Once the event occurred, you win the game by answering the question, what do you do the first day after? In fact, in our case, the question was, what do we do 3 hours after? The fact is that Melissa departed Jamaica, I think, about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, the Tuesday night. And the very first reconnaissance event was undertaken by me, myself, and I, at the instruction of the Prime Minister, to determine whether or not Norman Manley Airport would have been usable, because by then reports had come in that Montego Bay was compromised. And so I braved the wind and the rain. I was accompanied by some JDF personnel, and we piloted the route to the airport, and were able to report at midnight, the Tuesday night, that yes, Norman Manley could be used Wednesday morning. So that activity continued island-wide in terms of moving out to clear block roads. Again, like medical triage, in the immediate aftermath of an event, one, there's no distinction between NWA roads and parish council roads. So we moved to clear all roads. That's the first thing. Secondly, there's no guarantee that we're going to clear all roads to 2 lanes, because the emphasis at that point in time is on clearance to afford passage. And we don't cart away the material at that stage. That is a subsequent stage. So the report that we will show will indicate the number of incidences. It will indicate the roads that have been cleared to single lane, and it indicates the roads that have been cleared to double lane. There is a small percentage that remained which are blocked. And the final point I wish to make at this stage is that there's been a lot of commentary regarding building back better. And in that vein, Chairman, members, some of the roads which remain blocked, there's a serious discussion as to whether it makes sense to re-establish those roads. Because in a country where money is tight, it's a tough decision to spend $80 million to protect, 12 million or a small population. So it is a fact that there's a lot of habitation which has occurred in floodplains. And the notion that just cleaning drains will solve the problem is fanciful. The truth is that there are 2 items that you require: the capacity of the drain and the condition of the drain. Clearance of the drains deal with the condition. It doesn't address the capacity. The capacity of our drainage system is 60, 70 years old. They were designed 60, 70 years ago. And so,
No,
So those are my opening remarks, and I hope Mr. Dono can go into the details, and then we'll answer any questions that may arise.
The IT department apparently is having some challenges with it, so we're going to circulate it by email to the members as soon as possible. But I want you to complete from the presentation from the ministry, in particular from housing, so before we start the questioning.
So in terms of housing, while we don't have a preliminary estimate because the investigations are still being done, what I can say is that the ministry has taken significant steps to address the buildings that were damaged. From our research and from the investigations, preliminary though they be, we know that approximately 191,000 buildings were damaged. There is now taking place the disaggregation of the data to say, for example, what percentage of that is businesses, what percent is residents, what percentage is schools, and which is why we've invited today Ms. Alicia Edwards, who will delve a bit more into that. I got also, because we in government do not operate in silo, and so I had some initial discussions with my colleague, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and she has advised that indeed investigations have started in terms of the MSMEs that were affected, and we do have preliminary figures here from what she has said. She has noted that approximately 70% of the business surveyed reported that their business operations have sustained damage of up to 2.5 million, and of this amount, 4% had damage below $500,000. And Chair, you may want to find out more from her at a later date. In terms of our residences, I was quite pleased to note, though the investigation has not yet been completed, that our 307 houses under the new social housing program have not been terribly affected. Apart from those areas that were flooded, the structural integrity of the building has stood up to the test. Also, you would note in terms of housing, Prime Minister would have announced grants totaling $369 million to members of Parliament. And I did watch the Parliament that day and saw the robust debates that were taking place in the House, including the adequacy of those grants that were given. But it's one pie, and of course, we would have met with members of Parliament. We would have implored you to use the building grants that were given. Members would know that the grants range from $10 million. There were some $7 million and others $3 million.
I think you should clarify that that's per constituency. I don't want people
per
listening to think
constituency.
that is per individual.
No, not individual at all. Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. It is indeed per constituency. And so I have the Director of Housing here, as well as our Director or Principal Director from the National Spatial Data Management Branch. And at this time, I will invite her, with your permission, Chair, just to speak about the assessment of the damage.
You can press the button on your mic. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, colleagues and Member of Parliament. So when we had the disaster, we activated a disaster response program that our international partners would have afforded us to, because we have the Esri Enterprise Agreement for the government of Jamaica. This activation allowed a strong and solid collaboration with us, the government of Jamaica, and an entity referred to as ICYE. ICYE, in a matter of a day, 24 hours of the event passing, was able to capture radar imagery of the island, of the most damaged part of the island, and then through a machine learning system, they were able to say...
Radar or satellite?
It's satellite imagery, but the type of satellite imagery is radar imagery, which is a quicker output than imagery you see, for instance, on Google Earth. So that sort of rapid output, we were able to then differentiate or to select and identify buildings across our most impacted parishes. While they identified this, they reached out asking if, as a country, through our Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management team, if they have a classification that's generally applied to structures, that classification in regards to damage. So we said yes. We sent them the description of each class, and they were able to attach this description to the buildings that they identified. So rapidly, they were able to tell us what level of damage per building happened across the most impacted parishes. So from that analysis, we're able to generate the initial figures. So at first, they captured Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, part of St. James, and then as more radar imagery, or should I say satellite imagery, came into their realm of analytics, they were able to push out closer to know the parts of Clarendon, and also from St. James, and also parts of St. Anne and Trelawney. So that's how we came.
What about Manchester? You just jumped right over?
My apologies, and also Manchester, yes.
Okay.
So they were able to then update that figure, and we came to the conclusion rapidly that over 960,000 buildings were assessed. And from those 960,000 buildings, approximately 190,000 showed some level of damage. And that level of damage aligns with what the ODPEM would classify as level 1 to level 4 damage, level 4 being the worst, destroyed.
So the 190,000 is only in those affected parishes or island-wide?
So that 191,000 would be our western parishes and Manchester, St. James, St. Anne, and part of Clarendon and part of St. Catherine. Clarendon and part of St. Catherine.
Okay. So do you have that by constituency? Or let me put it another way. We have been asked to, what's the thing called, Mikhail? Chat map? Chat map. No, man, it's something called chat map. And we've been asked to go out and take pictures and drop a pin and do a burdensome amount of administration to support this, whether 10 million, 7 million, or $100,000 or $50,000 grants, right? And 3 million, right? But it sounds like you have all this data already. So why are you turning us all into field officers to go out there and recapture data that you have from satellite and radar images already?
So as I mentioned earlier, this is rapidly assessed data. We need to verify this information. There's no way the satellite, through the AI learning capacity that it has, that can give you our most realistic. So the confidence level that the ICYE pushed out is an 88% confidence. So they're 88% confident that it's put this type of data. But you on the ground would then confirm, verify if this information applies to your team.
Okay. There was another officer, you said, PS, who was to present? Mrs. Hones, could you turn off?
Yeah, Chair, before Ms. Gardner speaks, to provide further clarity, I want to advise members that the government is really working hard to address the housing needs. And we have, as cabinet submission, approved in terms of containerized solutions. And I'm leaving that for Prime Minister to further update. But we are making significant efforts even in terms of developing a request for proposals. We're looking at housing in various levels, in terms of the temporary relief, in terms of short-term solutions and longer-term solutions. So we are thinking, for example, the immediate need, apart from the building grants that were given. We're thinking about the tarpaulins, we're thinking about tents, and what is called the storm seal, which is a procedure that is used on roofs, that can rapidly seal the roofs. In terms of the short-term measures, the containerized house, and we are finalizing a cabinet submission that will go very shortly to cabinet, as well as the longer-term solution, modular and the prefab houses. And of course, we are going to continue to use our concrete structures because we have found
members, please, could we give the Permanent Secretary our attention?
Give more experience. Give more experience with the new social housing and how those have stood up. We are seeing that concrete is indeed something that we would recommend as a solution. We are looking at also at additional grants, and I say I'm going to leave the Prime Minister, who is the Minister of Housing, to make some further announcement, but I want members to be assured that we, as a government, are really putting forward our best foot, to address the housing needs. And these things are things that are being actively discussed by the cabinet at this time. And so I'll now turn over to Ms. Gardner.
Ms. Gardner?
Good afternoon, members.
Just before you go to Ms. Gardner, the PS and yourself had a session with MPs two Fridays ago?
November 7th.
And we made some, what I thought were reasonable recommendations to try and reduce the bureaucracy. The CDF program, for example, has housing assistance, which is giving out similar size grants, and which doesn't require us to go out there and geotag every house. So we're just wondering why in this stage of emergency response are we're adding bureaucracy rather than reducing bureaucracy. We don't have field officers, members of parliament don't have field officers to go and send out in a particular constituency the size of South Manchester or South St. James, or Northwest Manchester for that matter, to do, this widespread geomapping, and it's going to really slow down the response to people who are getting wet every time rains fall. And it just seems unnecessary. And we made the recommendations, but nothing material has changed.
So Chair, before Christina speaks, I just want to say that you said you've made the recommendations and nothing has changed. I'm not in total agreement with that, because I do know, and we have tried to be very, very accommodating of members. It isn't that we are unsympathetic towards the volume of work that members of parliament are called upon to do. But in terms of having information, and this is of course not casting any aspersion on any member of parliament, I believe in your integrity. But we do, in terms of the verification on what is needed, we've asked, for example, for just videos that can be sent to us, anything that would substantiate the government's spend. And so without trying to rehash that meeting, Chair, and I think that we had made significant progress in that meeting. In fact, I must thank members, including yourself, Chair, who have been sending us the videos and the images, and we are working very, very quickly once you submit the invoices to give you no problems to effect the payments. And we've promised that we'll do it within 5 days once it comes in, and we are committed. I know Ms. Gardner has been at Parliament before it starts to collect items from MPs. We are committed to helping in whatever way we can, recognizing that there are limitations.
I just want to acknowledge, I don't want you to get the wrong impression, Ms. Gardner has been very helpful. And if she had it in her authority, I know we would have a much easier time. But she's handcuffed. She's handcuffed
don't say that,
by the principal or the chief accounting officer. And so she can't really help us in the way she would like to help us. But I don't want to leave the impression, and I'm sure MPs don't want to leave the impression.
Coming out of that meeting, Madam PS, a lot of those persons who we are asking to help us are persons who have been affected also. Right? And I think coming out of the meeting, we were asking if there could be something, a stipend or something, because we have to be helping these individuals and ask them to leave their houses when they have no roof in many instances. And the size constituencies that most of us have, East Rural, Northwest Manchester, South, as much as we have the Ministry of Labour, SDC inside there, it is a lot of ground to cover. And you have given us a time frame to submit all of this. Many of us have been on the ground from the Wednesday, have taken photographs, we still have to call them now, but to go back over that, to go get that geotag is also asking the small team that we have to work with. It's my secretary that is out there helping me. I have to send my driver down to carry her through the constituency and beg her drive to come to committee meetings like this. No, and I'm serious. Right? But she has no light. She's affected. My other assistant, who is a heart trainee, is also affected. So that's why we ask if we can broaden the group that can help And we can't even download it unless we have Starlink out there in many instances. So it's just that additional help on the ground to be able to get the information. We have been putting in the geotagging when we can, but there are going to be some earlier ones that we don't have the geotag, but we have the video, we have the TRN, we have the phone numbers.
All right, I apologize. I should have really allowed Ms. Gardner to make her presentation. But you can see we all feel very passionate about this, PS. Ms. Gardner, just turn on back. Yeah.
Good afternoon, members. So we have been very facilitative in instances where members of parliament have raised the concern that they are unable to geotag, and we've asked for the information to come in and for the photos to be shared, because in those instances we try to map them with the data that already exists. As Mrs. Edwards would have shared, that we don't have it for every single constituency. So it's important that we get means of verification, as many as possible. And for the members sitting here, most of you have submitted or have been submitted. So to date, we have information that we're verifying from 22 constituencies, and we've been working individually with you, and I've been taking the calls and going through the process with you, and we continue to do that. We are trying our best as possible, and as best as possible, once we get the information, to move to payment. So I want to verify that we don't have any issues with payments, because we've not gotten to that stage, and we have committed to the 5 days, and we stand by that commitment to assist, because we are empathetic to the needs of the Jamaican people. So for those members that have issues, they can reach me directly. You don't need Starlink internet connectivity to take the tags. Once you take the photo, Alicia? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. We will verify, because that link was created to address 2 concerns that were raised by members of parliament. One, the sensitivity of the data being shared, and 2, internet connectivity. So we're going to review the link to ensure, because that link was created, that you wouldn't need data to input the information, but once you get to an area with service, then that information would be uploaded automatically, and then we would just print and process the information accordingly. So we will check on that, and I will provide an update as soon as possible. In relation to the members of parliament who require the data in terms of the hardware processing, we've made 2 options available, which we would have shared in the updated guidelines for the invoice, and to give you enough time to be able to submit, because we know that you're not connected with everybody. So we are giving you a window to take in the invoices when you have, and we don't wait on you to access all the grants. So once you have a set and you have an invoice available and ready, we will go ahead with that set. So we don't need to verify every single individual that you are sending in. We can do it in parts if that is the option that members of parliament wishes to utilize.
Okay. Thank you. I see Mr. Crawford and I don't see Mrs. Onis. No, but Mrs. Onis, you have on your mic all the time. So it will invariably get turned off in order to allow those persons to speak. Mr. Crawford, Mrs. Onis, Ms. Burchell, and Mr. Newell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I must add my voice to the request being made of the geotagging and the size of our constituency and the terrain. Sometimes when I see the hill that I must go to geotag, you might get a tag that is on the road, because that hill, if you come down to go to the next hill for geotagging, If the numbers are provided, then a random sample can always be taken. And if the paid field officers can go and audit that random sample of whatever number you want that random sample to be, 30%, 50%, 80% if you so intend. But an effort to have each of us go to 100 spaces to geotag. First of all, you're going to 200 spaces to choose who must get it in the first place. And then many of us are to have to go deliver it on their behalf. Because when you look at places like Loidas Vale, the cost to come down to this place to get it is more than the grant that we're giving them. So we have to organize to go back again with it. It is a difficult task, an uphill task, I must admit. The numbers are provided, the telephone numbers. A telephone audit can be done. And many don't even know how to send you. I thought we could have skipped it by saying, send me a tag. Many of these rural people don't know, don't have light, don't have internet. And many are not able to do it, don't know how to even tag you a contact or a location. It is an uphill task. But I am still grateful to the facilitation that have been meted out to us by the ministry, because they have been trying to facilitate and guide as best as they could, and I am grateful for that. Now, I want to also add that the quantity of funds that were distributed, I presume we might be getting other funds, but there is pain in decision making when the scarcity is so high. When you have 400 names to choose 60, it is a difficult, emotional thing for you to choose 60 and then tell the rest verbally that I don't want to be in charge of who's still wet up. And the quantity of funds for 60 people, even the least impacted gone over 60. The least impacted communities gone over 60 people for the $3 million. And so, I mean, when you tell a man to come collect 3 sheets of zinc, it is getting to my conscience because of the limited funds that is available. Now, as it relates to NAA, as was indicated, the funds to clear up the drains came 2 days before. Multiplicity of us was seeking to do that at the same time, leaving many contractors utilized, unavailable to us, because everybody was trying to do it at the same time. Additionally, multiple contractors are unwilling to work because of payment. To this point, we have not received payment for the drain cleaning, and therefore negatively affected our ability to do the cleanup. Is there any plan in place for the immediate payment of those persons that contributed to the drain cleaning, so that we hopefully can get them for the Christmas component that is coming up? The second question to NAA is, how are you intending to punish, for want of a better word, systems that were in place that has caused for greater damage than the storm would have normally created? I can speak to the highway and their drainage through many communities with inadequate infrastructure for that quantity of water coming from those highway drainage, most of which is going into earth drains that erode people's land, but also create great flooding because the exit wasn't properly planned out. Speaking to communities like Moloch, like Bermody, most of Treadways that was flooded because of the water from the highways. So how are we going to punish the operators of the highway who clearly did a great job on the highway and very limited job for the facilitators of the highway through these communities? Thirdly, communities that are low-lying and therefore depend on soakaways and water dams have had very little maintenance in decades. They're almost treated like rivers that continue to flow. When, for example, instead the entire town is going mainly into quote-unquote soakaways. This have led to backup fulling of the soakaways, multiple risk of waterborne diseases, flooding in these communities. And I've made conversation, but how are we going to be treating these areas that need emergency desilting and not just drain cleaning? Those are my questions for NWA.
Thank you. Members, remember to try and contain your questions. We're minutes to 5 now. A lot of traffic for people to get home. So try and limit them to the essential ones. And the ones that are going to describe every road and roof in your constituency, could you leave that to a one-to-one discussion with Mr. Hunter, who has promised to stay here till 10 o'clock tonight, if necessary, to answer those. And we're not taking you out to the airport 12 o'clock tonight, if necessary. But we will do that after we have adjourned. So let me just allow Mrs. Honest to ask her 2 or 3 questions, and then no, I'm not.
No, you're next. You're next. Oh, that's nice of you all. I didn't say I have one question. Thank you. Let me go with NWA first. Would you be able, I just got the presentation, but to give us an idea as to what is the cost of work done by NWA to date? I must commend you in asking the question, because I know a significant portion of our country was cleaned at least to one-way traffic so that we could get to our constituents. How much of a country is now at that place? At least one lane cleared so that no communities remain marooned. That's important for me. And at what stage would you be able to give a more fulsome appreciation of what it is going to cost to restore the roads that we are choosing to restore? When would we be able to determine the cost of that? And my final question to NWA is in respect of one particular road for me, the Irish Town Road. Constituents will ask, why are you not helping us to dig out the dirt and put a light post across so that we can have access? It is not fair that we have to cross the river. And I'm saying to them as Member of Parliament, it's actually illegal, both for them and worse me, to go out there and take up the job of the NWA in terms of restoration. Would you be able, in the spaces that NWA possibly think we will not, or it will be a long time before we're able to restore some roadways or ever restore some roadways, to quickly do that assessment so that we can notify the public as to what the options are available to them? There's no alternate route, or where the alternate route would be if we're not going to be able to restore to that particular space. That's for NWA. As it relates to the housing benefits, I commiserate with my members of Parliament, members behind me. However, I am so far very comfortable with the approach. I have found constituents who have told me that their house is damaged, and when you go to Google Maps, you realize that what they're telling you was there was never there. So I do understand the challenge that you face in wanting us to, as best as possible, provide some information you can use to verify. Because when you're faced with the Auditor General, you're going to be faced with the Auditor General by yourself. We will not be there with you. So the approach I've taken, which is why I went with NWA first, which has been very beneficial, is for my constituency, I've been able to reach someone from every single community to identify if there are missing persons, to identify persons are marooned, and what is their need. And we have been able to identify every house that way. If we have an area we can't get to, This leads me to know the join-up element of government. For those members of parliament saying, can you give us some help? We don't have enough admin help. We don't have enough help for transportation. Can you give us some help in the areas we may have a challenge to get to break it up and say, labor and social security, could you take this community and you know, do the detailed assessment with whatever information we have at our disposal to identify the homes that will need support in that particular community while we are doing others. And so that is my question from the housing end of things, to see, because I think we're going down a slippery slope when we behave as if we can take over the role of the ministries, agencies, and department. We say we want more resources, but many MPs don't have a constituency office that replicates the ministry, agency, or department in terms of both the technical expertise and the budget for its staff. So instead of giving us more money, my recommendation is give us more assistance from the ministry, agency, and department to go into the spaces and help us to identify who are the persons who need and to what extent was their homes damaged before Hurricane Melissa. For you, Madam Permanent Secretary and Prime Minister, when I took a look at some of the homes in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and I suspect it is probably going to be the case for a lot of our homes, I do believe concrete roof is good, but a lot of those homes were never built to ever take concrete roof. So what is the solution? You know, I don't know if they're going to have to drop in columns and beams on the wooden structures, on the concrete structures, to be able to take a new type of roofing. But between yourself and the technical experts, I'm not an engineer, though I have some experience, how do we deal with those homes that are partially good to be able to quickly get roof on them again in a permanent or semi-permanent way so that we can come back to normalcy in a very quick way?
Thank you. Over to you. You can take it order whether NWA wants to go first or housing for those two questions.
Okay, so I'll jump up first. Answer to Member Crawford's questions, the simple answer to payment is yes, payment will be made and made on time so that everyone will have
just
a
define
good
on
Christmas.
time. Just define on time, because we're gone three to 4 weeks already.
Okay, so based on presentations that we made to Cabinet, a decision has been taken by Cabinet to disburse $5 billion to the NWA to address immediate expenses. So you have that, we have that assurance. Okay, so that's the first one. The second issue you raised, Member Crawford, regarding Linstead and the propensity for flooding. Yes, that is true. You probably don't know this, but many years ago I went to high school at Dintil in Linstead. So it's an area I know very well. And even then, that situation was crucial. Desilting is a probability, but relocation has to be examined. I've been to enough flood-out areas in Linstead over the last 50 years, and I say 50, not too loudly because of my youthful appearance, but I've been to enough flood-out areas to know that relocation is probably a more sustainable solution. And in terms of the impact of highways on local roads, okay, so the NWA legally, we're responsible for main roads, and main roads are not busy roads or long roads or wide roads. They're roads in a book. So if it's in the book, it's mine. If it's not in the book, it's not mine. Now, it probably what you have identified is some sort of gap in jurisdiction. We don't have the legal power to compel the highway persons. But I'm sure the government has been talking about a one-road authority for many years. And perhaps as that concept develops and matures, we may be able to close that gap. But it is something that we certainly will look at.
But while you don't have the authority, the assessment, have you done an assessment to determine the contribution of these new highways to the flooding of areas that previously
No, we haven't.
didn't?
No. But it is something that we could have a dialogue.
I found the highway that is from Harbour to Bowie. Actually, the sole reason why we didn't flood out this time around.
That's my road. That's not.
I know it's your road.
The toll road
That's
you
why.
were talking. No, that's my
why
road, and it's a brilliant
right.
road. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's your road.
That's my road. Yeah.
All right. But when we talk about areas like the ones going through Northwest
The
and
toll
Cal-
roads. The toll roads.
toll roads.
Yeah.
When we talk about the Mobile bypass, I've heard people
Yes.
opine that has caused new
Yes.
channels, the water to follow different,
I've seen that
the
commentary.
drainage.
I've seen that commentary. I've
So-
also seen the engineering response to that commentary.
Can you share the engineering responses?
Sure. And the original commentary or the original dissertation regarding the impact was by, well-respected citizens of Montego Bay, but not an engineer. And the response to those allegations are based on engineering. And as a former engineer, you would grant some
As an
credence.
engineer.
Yes, giving up his engineering.
You grant some
Still
credence
is.
to the latter position. But it's something that we look at.
No, I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I'm assuming that some assessment has been done. And if that assessment says that's
And I can
not
share,
so,
I can share that with you. Yeah,
okay, thank
sure.
you.
Mrs. Holness, in terms of quantum, as at today, we have provided access to 96% of all the roads that were impacted. I mean, the fact is that NWA is not in the news, perhaps because we have done very well that which we ought to do. And so we consider it to be our job, 96%. And that's access 2 lanes and single lane, because that's our initial strategy. We will then get back. In terms of there are some roads which remain blocked. I had a
Spring
recitation of where they are. Do we have that part in? So in addition to the roads as well, we have been restoring traffic lights. And so far we have restored, I think, 270 traffic lights. Yeah. Okay, so 336 traffic lights were impacted. We have restored 271, and we are working through the others. The roads which have been open to 2 lanes, we will then revisit them to 1 lane, I mean. We'll revisit them for 2 lanes. And the monies that Cabinet has voted for us will settle the cost to reopen and give us some money to do some immediate reconstruction to some of the drainage systems that were most severely impacted, as well as to do a little bit of reconstruction. We estimate that the total damage to the road network is about $35 billion, preliminary. Now, we are not at this stage anticipating any kind of substantial reconstruction. We're just providing access and immediate repairs to improve what we call drivability. So as you mentioned, Ms. Burchell, before, maybe some shingles or some material that will improve drivability. And then at a subsequent stage, we will get into reconstruction and repositioning as we have to.
Housing? There were some questions for housing.
Oh, yes, that one. The engineers are
Relocation.
they're looking. Yeah.
No, the road.
Yeah.
Relocate the road.
Yeah. We're looking.
The road, not the
We're looking at
community.
alternate roads, but I can tell you that purely from a technical point of view, we, the engineers, will always advocate for relocation and a different road. Beg your pardon?
No, the question was about the road. The road.
Yes,
Yes,
right,
not the
right,
community,
right.
no.
Because in some instances, in fact, there is a road in Trelawney. There's a road in Trelawney that was, there's a huge breakaway. We had to approach the neighbor to the Costas, what better attention, to go on their property. Interestingly enough, the law allows us to go on property and acquire the property and to construct a new road, and the liability to the government is only if there are crops that you have in economic crops that have been destroyed in that process. So yes, to the extent that it is technically feasible, that is something that we're looking at.
All right. I think there were some questions for housing from the first two questions.
Right. Just some comments to what you would have said, member. In terms of, in addition to the building grants, we still continue our regular programs in terms of our officers going out, doing the investigations, recommending grants for approval to fix roofs and other parts of the building. And we'll continue. I'm listening to the members, and we'll have further discussion with the Minister of Housing, who is the Prime Minister. I want to also advise, because you did speak about how buildings, you alluded to how buildings should be, and you are saying, in terms of how do you restore them and all of that. A committee that is now being chaired by Minister Montague is in operation, and in fact, within a short time, there will be some announcements as to the types of buildings that will be supported in the country. And even there are increased discussions about having no-build zones. Because when you look at the devastation and you look at where some persons are living and you look at the engineering solutions, even to address what has happened in some of the houses, it certainly would be way more expensive to effect an engineering solution than the actual building that is there. And so these are discussions that the ministry is actively having, and very shortly some announcements will be made by the Prime Minister. These are matters that are actively being discussed by the Cabinet. Even simple things like recently we convened a meeting with the Master Builders Association, members of academia and other persons from the engineering societies and so. And what we are learning is that even nails are not really being recommended for the roofs. We're thinking about screws, things like those, and even the thickness in terms of the concrete. So very shortly we'll have those. I know the building codes are there, but I think too that it is perhaps, and this is my opinion now, some need for more enforcement, greater levels of enforcement, and also I think there's a need for sensitization of persons. When we educate persons about how structure should be built, and sometimes it is really just coming down to what they can afford. But we're thinking now in a more long-term way. It's not just putting up people in shelters, it's really providing shelters that can withstand the weather events that we are seeing, that they are now becoming more frequent and more intense. So I'm taking notes, members, your feedback is not lost on me for further discussion. So thank you so much.
There was... Somebody... There was, if you read the report of the PAAC last year post-burial, that was one of two recommendations they made. The Ministry of Labor, I think, is the main culprit there, MLSS, they do an assessment, they share their information with nobody. So you don't know if they have helped somebody who you then put back on your list to go to, and they claim it's data privacy. I can't understand. It's all government, you know. So, but somehow one ministry seems to be siloed, one agency seems to be siloed rather than it being government, and there's data privacy. I read the report of last year's post-burial similar exercise, and that was one of the 2 recommendations, that there has to be a way to share information across, whether it be what the members of parliament are identifying, what the housing ministry is identifying, what the labor ministry is identifying. It just seems we're all operating in our silos without the benefit of the data from each other.
Take that on board.
But there are other persons who have their mic on, and if they turn it off, then they will lose their space in the line.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to turn on your mic, but you know I don't want. Okay, go ahead now.
I was saying there are some things that can help other members of parliament, but your point is well taken, Chair. When the Minister of Labour and Social Security came, by then I'd already visited each home that was affected or got information that they would still need to verify for particularly one community that was cut off. And we said to them, when you have completed that process, could you please share the information back with us so we know if you have identified other homes? And to date, they have not shared anything, even though they were so happy to accept all the data that we had gathered. So it is something, PS, that it would be good if you take that up at PS meeting with the permanent secretaries for the other ministries, because it doesn't make sense, especially for constituencies like in St. James, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, where the devastation is so vast that we are not taking the benefit of the information or the data gathered by the various ministries and agencies and pooling it together.
Thank you.
If I may, Chair, if I may respond to that comment. We're not perfect as a government, and I'm happy that my PS counterparts are here from the Ministry of Labour as well as from local government. And I hear the comments, and I read the report that you mentioned from the Auditor General. Since then, the truth is that we have met, and we are looking to see, because we recognize that we can't do it all. No one ministry can do it all, and government can no longer operate in silos. And so, my PS counterparts, they're here, and they would have known the discussions that we would have had in terms of sharing information on the beneficiaries and the whole idea of not double dipping, but we are saying that at least, we're not saying you can't get a benefit from Labour and get one from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. But we are saying that when that data is available to all of us, we'll be able to make decisions. In terms of giving someone, it might be giving someone who has got no benefit at all than someone who has benefited 5-6 times. So that collaboration has started. It is not perfect, but indeed it is a work in progress. And we, my PS counterparts, they are here. We'll see how we will accelerate that.
All right, Ms. Burchell.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hunter, you said that in this phase we're really focusing on giving people access, whether 1 or 2 lanes. But relocation is something that I think we have to think about for some of our communities, that still, even with the 1 lane or the 2 lane, it's added hours upon our commute. And also the taxi fares have increased, quadrupled in most cases, from $250 in most of my communities to as much as $1,000. So Melissa has brought a lot of terror, but some lessons as well and some opportunities. Would a relocation of the Springmount Road, for example, in East Central St. James, which is the main thoroughfare for us from Montego Bay into deeper South St. James be something that we accelerate, front load now. Also, the conversation of making that passage from Trelawney into Magotty that comes through St. James, could that also be looked at urgently before people start to make their own little route, and then the bigger picture is missed, and the blessing, if I dare say so, from Hurricane Melissa of recreating this new path be accelerated. I wanted to say to you, PS, that perhaps we ought to look at the disaster zones separately and differently than how we treat with the other constituencies. And I say that to say, an MP like myself, every day I'm out there trying to beg food for constituencies. For constituents. I'm not yet at the stage where I can dedicate my mind physically or my thoughts to saying, how do I go find 100 special people to give this housing benefit to? And then to myself go there and geotag and walk the communities and find these houses. Perhaps your ministry can't employ or give stipends to every constituency. But a constituency that's dealing with a disaster at the scale of which South St. James, East Westmoreland, etc., are dealing with and treating with, perhaps the ministry could take on the administrative workload from us. And I do see it. I hear, rather, that there are representatives from the MLSS, from SDC, and wherever else, and maybe from MP's office, who are in the space collecting data, and it's causing quite a problem. Because when I say I'm not aware of who is collecting data, because they say, oh, they're only collecting data from a certain set of people versus that, I don't know, because there's no communication from the ministry to say, we have trained 2 persons and they're going into these communities to collect data. So I'm then going to be stretching myself to collect this data when you're already collecting it. So the overlap, I get the point of the overlap, but it's even more entrenched, a more difficult problem in the disaster zones that you have to treat separately than how you treat. I mean, I heard Member Holness said that within a week or so, I'm paraphrasing, she was able to get to her people and get the data out. They were able to access it, Down there, it's night and day, as she's saying. For us to go in to get the data, so when I heard Miss Monique Gibbs, yes, our data person said that the assessment is 190,000 or so buildings that have been destroyed. In our case, in South St. James, a house, when you look on Google Earth, I could tell you my house was here, but it's no longer there because I didn't really have no foundation. You understand? So when the wind come, the tornado come, it split up the house, as the man said to me. Not split up the house. It split up the house. Because when I say, can you go find some piece of wood, find some plyboard and zinc, he said, I don't know where to start because everything split up, right? So going to geotag a location and saying the house was here and then it's an empty spot may seem as if I'm fluffing the data, but it is our reality. And your data, your radar won't capture that a house once stood here. Because a house may have been just a little square, but it was my house and it no longer exists. So this 190K data, I know you say it's about 80% or so accurate. I want us to treat the disaster constituencies differently. Let's not rely on the technology only. Let's fold in from now, the people who go in the field, collect the data, and see that in one community, I've lost 100 houses. So for me to choose this $10 million that has been allocated, for me to find 100 people, it's one person per community, if you understand what I'm saying. So this opportunity that we have to treat with deep rurals and disaster constituencies differently than we treat with the other constituencies, even understanding that they have their own issues. But we need administrative support from the MLSS. We need the coordination. We need the information to know when you're operating in our spaces so that we can then not duplicate the effort. And we need, Sir Hunter, we need our roads to move from just drivable, passable, to being thought out as giving us rehabilitated, fully developed roads. We deserve it now. For the time come now, for get some proper roads into deep rural constituencies, like South St. James, and Melissa is opening that for us. Thank you.
Just to add to that question about the data, can that satellite radar images, which are 88% accurate, that's much more data than we have now. Could that be shared with the members of parliament? Go ahead. I'm trying. Go ahead.
So we can create the data in a way that's ingestible by the by the members of parliament. So we can give you a listing of the type of damage of the buildings in your constituencies and share it either by a digital map or an application on your phone, whatever is best for you, or a printed map, whatever is best for you. We can share that data. We can create it in a format that you can easily digest it.
I think that would be appreciated by everybody, even in terms of this particular grant. And everybody is saying it. You know, you have water more than flour. You know, you have 10 times the amount of potential. But if you could see, you know, spatially where the concentrations are, it would better help you figure out how to allocate it so that you don't take care of one community and 10 more are omitted. So it really was more a suggestion or than well, if I were to reformat into a question, it is there going to be any possibility of getting some administrative support and for the whole coordination effort, especially in the hardest hit constituencies, which look almost, in some cases, post-apocalyptic? Go ahead. Since it's just two more, you Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. So in terms of the data that is available, I want to know, because that would be useful for even in terms of planning for even constituencies that are not as hard hit. But in addition to that, when even I understand the level of devastation in the West, I do. When I go into my constituency, though, and someone has no house where their house was, because we did get tropical storm conditions in St. Mary. When somebody has no house where their house was, they don't care if they're in St. Mary or they're in Trelawney or St. James. They want to figure a way out and how they can get back to housing. So when the planning, especially doing radar data, which I imagine satellite imagery, I imagine you can do that across the entire country. I'm trying to understand why that technology stopped in St. Anne based on what you presented and didn't go in. Just one second. Let me just finish the question so that I can give up the microphone. So the second question for you, Mr. Hunter. That $5 billion budget to get back some of the roads to some semblance of readiness, can you indicate when the work will start? Because, again, there are a number of constituencies, and I want to talk about Central, but I can't be parochial. But there are a number of constituencies with roadways that are cut off and culverts that have cavities, deepened cavities. Some of those the Prime Minister has been brought to look at. And, you know, the hurricane has created a more, a greater concern, a much greater concern. Going into Marlborough, for example, you have to be telling vehicles, hey, don't go too much to the left because, you know, you don't know when the road going to compromise and just. So I would love to get an idea of when that work will start. And the final question, because I realize there isn't uniformity in terms of what NAA did on the morning after the election across parishes. So in my parish, I'm just telling you.
After the election?
The day after after Melissa. After Melissa, yes. The day after Melissa, yes. So after Melissa elected to come to Jamaica. In some parishes, it seems NAA stepped out quickly and started clearing roads, etc. But hearing from some colleagues, it sounded as if, sorry? So hearing from some colleagues, though, CEO, it sounds as if they never in some areas they were waiting for budget and other instructions. I want to know what should our expectations be across the board, since these are getting more intense in terms of weather events, and we may have one again in the future.
No, I'm just taking a final question for you, and then you will be finished with your ministry. Mr. Williams?
My question is directed at NAA, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Varden, Downer. Mr. Hunter, you said something which I found quite interesting, significant, in respect to drain cleaning, that there are two aspects to it. There's drain cleaning itself, but there's the issue of capacity. And I'm going to ask a question, but I'm going to preface it by saying something. The issue of stormwater surface runoff has been a major issue. While I was mayor, it was a big issue for us because, as you know, development's taking place, and if water is not managed, or you don't have measures or programs on site to manage stormwater, then you're going to increase the volume of water entering our drain network. So there's one issue of dealing with capacity, but then the other issue is, so you have drain cleaning capacity, but then the other issue is managing stormwater, I would say, on property. While I was at the municipality, the issue of managing stormwater on residential properties, which the technical persons at the municipality felt was even a bigger issue than managing stormwater. Well, not a bigger issue, let's say that, than managing water on multifamily development, although you have to manage it there also. And so you control the release of stormwater in the environment. That's what's the big issue. So as we speak about drain capacity, we still have to look at the measures. I know you're in a position to voice that, as the head of NAA. We have to look at the issue of stormwater management as we develop. I mean, we're not going to stop development, so we have to address this issue. So as I say that now, yes, and while we had the rainfall emanating from Melissa, I was observing some drains in Clarendon Central. I'm not being parochial because it's a bigger point. Because I was trying to determine, and I'm trying to get that information now, what's the inches of rainfall that these drains are able to manage? I don't know. I'm just speaking from a layman's perspective now. I mean, so as we look at our drains, we're looking at, so, okay, these drains are able to handle this volume of rainfall. And so even as we construct drains in the future, then we still have to say, okay, this is what the expectations are, this is the different levels of rainfall that we experience, and this is what the drain capacity ought to be in order to deal with this. I was just looking at that in central Clarendon because we have issues there relating to flooding. All right, so now I'll ask the question. And the question is in relation to the western parishes now. Could we, I'm just asking it, I mean, it's just for food for thought, could we have prepared better in terms of drain cleaning in the western parishes? Or do we have serious drain capacity issues there and across?
I'm being distracted here. So that's the final question. Mr. Hunter?
Okay, so very quickly then, so Mr. Newell's question. As I indicated before, the government is making $5 billion available to the NAA in very short order. So the works are intended to start, shall I say, precipitously, meaning so
imminently.
Soon. And the good thing about how the NAA operates, we don't wait on money to do work.
Good and
so,
bad.
for example, because we have the backing of the Treasury. So when you have roadblocks. The operating protocol is that we go out there and we clear the roads. That is item number 1, okay? Item number 10 is receipt of the bills and settling the bills, yeah? But item number 1 is to clear the road. So we are not encumbered by consideration of costs in our immediate response, which is clearing the roads. We do have some consideration regarding reconstruction, but at this stage, reconstruction is a small amount. Now, I would imagine that you'll be interested in what we'll do in your constituency, and perhaps you could just mention that your constituency is the area where I was born and grew. So I do have some sentimental attachment to that area.
You're sharing your autobiography with us, chapter by chapter, as you go along.
But yes, we intend to start those works very soon and before Christmas.
But could you, Mr. Hunter, just ask each of your parish managers or regional managers to communicate with the respective MPs the specific plans for their constituencies?
We certainly will. Member Williams, interesting concepts that you've raised regarding stormwater. Okay, so very quickly, without getting into too much detail, drainage is designed based on what we call return period, meaning this rainfall, when will it occur again? And so, historically, we've designed drains for like every 6 years, the return period every 6 years, which means that capacity will be exceeded every 6 years. Now, what climate change is dictating is that drainage should be designed for a minimum of a 50-year return, which means that it should be so large, that it will only be exceeded once every 50 years. And there are some schools of thought which says you probably need to look at a 100-year storm return. Yeah. So what that means is that the drains will be significantly huge. In the urban areas, when we talk about managing stormwater on premises, and I've read the pieces on it, the issue, and I know there are persons who are developers, when you have a finite amount of land and you have to carve out some for the structure, carve out some for the on-site soaking, and it becomes an exercise in optimization that I'm not sure, well, I don't know to what extent the government would have to legislate. Many, many years ago, I went to Singapore, and you're driving around, and there are places that have signed no building, and that is policed by the state. Now, to the extent that we can have such a jurisdiction where individual household, you go and you purchase. What is happening now is redevelopment. Wellington Drive, people, you buy up these lots, which were single-family lots, convert them to multi-family thing. How much of it do you keep for a structure, and how much do you keep for soak-away? I mean, these are very challenging issues. Maypen, we do have a drainage plan for Maypen. It came out of the master drainage study that was done about 12 years ago. And so we have a prescription for the drainage solution for most of the big towns in Jamaica. It's just a question now of implementation and financing and implementation. So what we do, anytime we're doing a new road, like we're doing Mandela, we incorporate the prescription from the master drainage plan in that. And the South Coast, we incorporate that. It's not likely that a government or any government is going to start out and say, well, we're just going to do a drainage plan island-wide. It has to be accompanied by something else. And generally, it's a new road development and so on. So that's how it usually works.
But with this plan, Mr. Hunter, before you leave, don't turn off your mic. Before you leave the drainage, the day after the hurricane, I was going through a certain section of Kingston on my way to Manchester. And to my horror, I saw a number of persons dragging tree limbs out of their yards and straight to the gully and dumped it in the gully. And I was saying, but if we get another heavy rain tomorrow, it's going to cause flooding again, you know. Even though just before the hurricane, we had those gullies cleared. The day after the hurricane, I just watched in horror persons throwing the broken limbs and everything that had debris that had collected in their homes, dragging it out and throwing it into the gully down the road.
My excursion to Norman Manley the Tuesday night, good thing I was accompanied by a platoon of JDF soldiers. But on Michael Manley Boulevard, there was a tree collapse, and the moment we stopped to look, a set of guys came out, you know, wanted me to give them the contract then and there and whatever. So there is an element of peril, particularly in the immediate aftermath where you're not quite sure what is happening. And yes, people do silly things. Thankfully, there was no deleterious effect from that experience. But yes, our gullies, and it is very painful if money is provided and you then have to make a choice between repairing the walls of the gully and the invert of the gully or cleaning out detritus material. It's like a waste of money to spend millions of dollars to take out stuff that people put in. You'd rather use those funds to see to the structural integrity of the gully, but that is where we are.
All right. Thank you, and thank the ministry. Ms. Edwards, was it? How soon you think you can send that information out? Just assume digitally, a digital map, because the Parliament has everybody's email. 2 days?
We will aim for 2 weeks, in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks? Oh, okay. Please start with South Manchester. All right. Members, we have a little dilemma now. I thank the ministry and the NWA and its agencies. We have, is it 1 or 2 more ministries? Would local government and Ministry of Labor, do you want to just push through so you don't have to come back here next week since you're already all here? And yes, you can leave, Mr. Hunter. Okay. Or would you prefer to come back next week? I'm trying to be sensitive. PS, I didn't hear what you were saying. Would you'd do local government? No. Okay, so could you just come down and sit in the front seat here? Just come and sit right beside us here. And Ministry of Labor, just one person from local government?
The PA?
You have a team with you from local government? Okay. And there's a hand up. No. OPM is here now? Hold on, could you press, speak now, the mic is on.
So, Chairman, I've been informed by my permanent secretary that he's currently 5 minutes or so away, depending on the traffic.
But that's what you told me at 2 something.
Well,
the traffic must be really challenging.
No, there was a prior engagement, Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so let's just try and go through quickly local government. And, local government, I don't know, when we looked at what happened last year, I think you had ODPEM then, but you no longer have ODPEM. So I don't know how much you can help us, but take 5 minutes and give us an overview of what the Ministry of Local Government is doing. I know our councillors and local councils would have a particular interest in what's going on through them. So I know they'll be listening keenly. So the format we've been using is just take 5 to 10 minutes, give us an overview of your interventions and what you have planned, and then we open for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Also to the members who are remaining. My name is Marcia Henry Martin, Permanent Secretary, Local Government, and I'm supported this afternoon by Mr. Dwight Wilson, Senior Director, Technical Services, and Mr. Patrick Watson, Senior Director, Hazard Mitigation and Risk Management. So we were given 5 questions to respond to. The first asked how many parish council roads or municipal facilities in each parish were damaged. And I must say, Chairman, our submission came maybe late in the day because I'll confess we had an oversight on the fact that we were required to appear today, and so we did our best to make a submission. So I'm not sure how many persons have seen it. So generally, our municipal buildings, offices were all impacted, particularly for those, well, in all the parishes that were affected by Hurricane Melissa.
Just to update you, it did come late, so we weren't able to print it, but it's been emailed to the members.
Okay,
so they
great.
should have it on their phones or laptops.
Thank you so much, sir. So all the administrative offices were affected, in particular Black River and Trelawney, and you might have seen some videos of what happened in Montego Bay. The infirmaries also were significantly impacted, again, particularly in Trelawney and Santa Cruz. Our markets, transportation centers, and our fire stations, and you would be aware that the Jamaica Fire Brigade is one of our key first responders, and so that would have affected their ability to respond during the event. I must also indicate that prior to the notice to appear, we would have asked the local authorities to do a detailed submission on the impact on the infrastructure locally, based on the fact that so many of the facilities would have been affected. That is due for Friday. As a matter of fact, we do have a meeting planned for Friday to include our mayors, CEOs, chief executive officers, as well as our chief engineering officers. You also asked about the number of houses that suffered slight, significant, or complete destruction in each parish, and I wondered why this one was posed to us. However,
yes, as I said, when I think the questions were formulated, we thought ODPEM was still in Ministry of Local Government.
Right, but we do still have a collaborative approach, and you would have heard the previous presentation.
Right, so we got it from housing, so you don't have to.
Thank you so much. My figures are a little different, though, based on the assessment and the fact that there is a margin of error. So this figure is what we got from ODPEM.
Okay.
Based on their interaction with National Spatial Data, with the young lady you spoke to just before.
Sorry?
So Megid indicated 191 based on the radar assessment with an 88% likely
reliability, yeah.
Accuracy. And what I have in my report is approximately 156 with 24,000 totally destroyed. Correct. So right. In that figure, it was buildings. This is
structures
housing.
Or buildings.
Right.
This is specifically housing.
It's buildings. And she did say that there would have to be some more detailed verification to determine what is businesses, etc.
No, the 156,000 from this ministry, they're giving just housing.
Just houses.
And they're saying 156,000.
Yes.
So there's not necessarily any inconsistency. Because
Thank you,
there could be 40,000 or 30-something thousand of shops and other structures.
So it's just an estimate based on the radar assessment, because you asked specifically for housing. Yeah.
Unfortunately. But I am confused because I heard another figure of 90,000 families. So 90,000 families and
No,
156,000 houses.
No,
No.
it must be more than 90,000 families.
No, well, that was what was published through I think it was the Prime Minister's office, but it was in a newspaper, 90,000 families.
Well, I guess it's ongoing data collection. So as the field officers are out there more and more, they would collect more data.
Yes, I was about to say, sir, perhaps it's dependent on the date or the time of collection or announcement of the information. 17, how many persons in each parish have the ministry provided with relief assistance? What was the nature of the assistance and what is the estimate of the actual expenditure in each parish? As I said, the response is also ongoing, but relief assistance within parishes is usually executed collectively, and that is what we continue to practice with the ODPEM and the MLSS. And you would be aware that local authorities usually receive relief supplies from the ODPEM, which are then distributed locally. Because of the time frame, we would not have had the specific details of the families and or individuals who have already received from our local authorities. And of course, you spoke to the whole issue of our local representatives. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service would have supported the ministry with a $250,000 allocation per division, which those submissions were invited. You can imagine we are very careful to make sure we meet the standards. To date, only 2 local authorities have made their submissions, Clarendon and Manchester.
This was the one that was done up front when the MPs were getting an allocation and the councillors got an allocation for sort of immediate mitigation, food packages, that sort of thing.
Correct, sir.
So I can't let you get away with that because are the councillors asked to find a store to advance the goods and then they claim back for it? And I asked that very specifically because I'm told they were asked to do that last year and after burial, and that there's some councils still have not been reimbursed for it. Is that the process?
I could not speak to the after burial situation that you're mentioning, but what I can tell you, all submissions, pre-burial, post-burial, or any time during any response, so long as the submissions are made based on the requirements set out, those payments are done.
Well, maybe I'm not understanding. Your answer says, to date, 2 local authorities
have made submissions
for payments to be made.
Yes, Clarendon and Manchester. No, what they were asked to do was to provide the list of beneficiaries by divisions.
So they collect the beneficiaries first
names,
and then submit
yes,
those.
and the copies.
After they've done that,
yes.
Okay.
And we're not paying to the beneficiaries. The payments are to an establishment or a company.
So like a supermarket, for example, sir. And the beneficiaries would go there and collect a food package from
that. The local representative would, based on the names collected, would, whatever process they choose for their constituents to benefit. Right. All we're asking is for the relevant invoices and so on to be submitted. Okay. But that has been going slowly. On the 18th question, which would be the 4th for us, what steps are being taken by the ministry in implementing in conjunction with MLSS to avoid duplication? So, as you rightfully raised, it has been a consistent observation and we have sought to improve, as indicated by P.S. Williams previously also. We have met the 3 ministries. We have a collaborative approach. Our local authorities representatives and our SDC representatives are part of the humanitarian response on the ground. We use one single form, and if there's any assistance given outside of the form, we ask that those be reported. Those go back to MLSS for a single
So MLS
database. So MLSS will speak more about that, Mrs. Jennings, when she speaks. Because we did have a meeting very Melissa in anticipation of doing it better. And they do have a project that she can speak more about as to how we're approaching it. On the 19th question, which would be the 5th for us and last, what mitigation measures and their costs did the ministry implement in each parish prior to the passage of Hurricane Melissa? Local authorities routinely do mitigation activities, as you are aware, through the allocation of the monthly parochial revenue fund. For June and July specifically, we had advised local authorities to use those allocations for mitigation measures, and that totaled just under $1 billion, with $991 million allocated over the 2 months to all local authorities, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Newell?
Thank you, Chairman. So this question wasn't, what I'm about to ask wasn't covered in the question submitted, but it has become a major issue, I think, across constituencies. Solid waste management and collection coming out of, as you would understand, people staying at home for days at a time, riding out the storm and the after effects, would have accumulated significant solid waste. I want to know whether the ministry, its agency, has a program to deal with the excess solid waste that would have come out of weeks after Hurricane Melissa. And I ask because in a number of colleagues, and that's my reality in my constituency as well, where garbage strewn on the sides of roads. Yesterday there was a protest, including dead animals, and
including
I want to know
household material, mattresses soaked, and mold growing under.
So your routine program of collection, which was not very effective in where I represent, isn't enough to deal with this excess situation. So I want to know what the plans are to deal with the garbage accumulated post.
Okay, thank you for that question. As you are aware, the National Solid Waste Management Authority is very strident in delivering excellent service, and I really want to thank the officers who continue to serve even in the most rural
I don't
places.
think we agree with that
I have to commend them first, Chairman. I live in a rural parish. I live in a rural parish, so I... Pardon me? Yes, my garbage is collected.
Yeah, I don't think your experience is representative.
No, I'm not disputing that there aren't challenges. I am just, because it's a difficult time, and you will appreciate, even in our local authorities, the very persons who are responding have been affected. So I would not want to just...
Okay, I appreciate that.
So I really want to highlight that they have been serving, so we recognize the challenges. I must say, yes, it has been recognized, and as we speak, the program is being finalized. We took a cabinet submission last week. I believe when we appear next week, because the ED is not here, the ED is not here today, so we were asked to appear next week as well for infrastructure. And I am sure more details will be said about that, not just by him, but also by the minister and the PM, based on the level of attention that it is receiving.
Just to follow up, Chairman, because this would, and I'm also sympathetic to everybody affected, including myself, by the hurricane. But it's 3 weeks and a day. I think it is unacceptable that a plan is being finalized at this late stage when we have a hurricane season that comes at a set time each year. I would expect there would be some plan where solid waste is concerned that just comes into effect after a weather system. Now, if the response was that a category 5 generated so much challenges that the plan wasn't able to reach it, that's a different thing. But we have seen no evidence of any real serious effort in my constituency. And to hear now that a plan is being finalized is not, it doesn't sit well.
It's disheartening.
Chairman and member, perhaps I should backtrack a bit because I was trying to respond specifically to the excess that you spoke about. So you will agree that the excess would be more prevalent in a St. Elizabeth or a St. James. So you're speaking specifically to a St. Mary, right?
No, I'm speaking generally.
No, you did say in your area. So the point I'm making, even before Melissa struck, that the NSWMA would have pre-positioned itself for the areas that were projected to be significantly impacted. However, having had a category 5 or perhaps higher that we have never seen before, of course it's going to cause you to re-strategize.
Mr. Hines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask if the goodly Ministry of Labour, local government, sorry, would agree that there wasn't sufficient mitigating preparation for the hurricane as it relates to supporting their councillors and mayors throughout the different municipalities across the country.
No, I would not agree with that, sir.
What additional support did the councillors and mayors got outside of the $250,000 mentioned to deal with drain cleaning and other assistance to the shelters that were provided as places for our citizens to retreat in the hurricane?
There was a 991 million mentioned that was spent in June and July, or released in June and
in June and July only.
So that was one thing, but other than that, I think essentially by the time October came, those monies had long been spent.
But it's a monthly allocation, sir.
So
no, each local authority, if you understand the system sufficiently, and it's not to imply that you don't, but
no,
each,
I don't. So you give us 991 for June and July.
Yes.
So why didn't give us a figure for August and September?
Because of how the question was coined. So the question asked about prior to Melissa.
Right.
Okay.
So September was prior to Melissa.
If you just allow me, sir. So for June and July, so I did preface the response for June and July to say that routinely a monthly allocation is done for mitigation measures. That is up to the mayors and his councillors. It's not for me to sit here in this parliament to say how a mayor and his council decide how they are going to do that. But I'm saying to you, the ministry, based on the requirements, would have made the monthly allocations as is required. However, as also was explained by the NWA, routinely, when it comes to the hurricane season, Mr. Wilson can explain more with that, we usually recommend that instead of doing other activities with your allocation, you use it specifically for mitigation measures.
So even though we may not have asked it ahead of time, what was the allocation for September?
I'm sorry, I did not, I don't have that
today.
today.
991 million.
991 million is specific for June and July because it was specifically indicated to them to
so
do
I'm asking now, even though it wasn't specifically indicated.
For September, but I don't have, I could get that figure for you though. I don't have it today.
Okay. Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Chairman.
Could you speak into the mic?
Yes, yes, Chairman. What we call the places where you stay? Shelters. The constant story around shelters have caused for persons to resist more than to attend upon these shelters. Is there a plan, especially expecting more frequent disasters such as these hurricanes in particular, for an improvement in shelters and in the facilities and facilitation that is made at these centers? Secondly, is there a probability for shelters to be outfitted with food prior to the first person getting to the shelter? Oftentimes, this negates transportation to the center, though it is said that it is localized in the parish. There are many places far away from the space of location that has caused for persons to have gone unfed in the shelter. Thirdly, is there an audit of shelter applicability? Many schools with fancy blocks and stuff like that have been selected as shelters, causing for the occupants to have been wet throughout the period of time. So is there a audit of these shelters and a decision on how applicable they are for continuation of as a shelter? Another question is, as far as it relates to volunteerism for shelter management, this has caused for many to be unavailable at the time or uncommitted in some cases to the task. Is there any consideration for payment or a system like a national reserve or something, consistent training for persons who are volunteer shelter managers? Finally, as far as it relates to schools, we have situations now where the school can't be open because it is continuing as a shelter. I can speak to a school in Luidersville that we have to be trying to find a location for the person so that the two people that were left. Are we planning to continue with schools as the main or one of the main, or are we considering moving into community centers designed to serve as shelters if needed?
All right, and there was just one more, so just take the final question. Is it related to shelters?
Yes, PS, it is related to the shelters. Just an extension on what Member Crawford asked. Those who are still occupying the shelters, is the ministry, whether through NIS, considering providing housing, some form of housing, whether temporary or permanent housing, for those who are currently occupying the shelters, who, when we speak to them, they say they have no way of enabling themselves to leave the shelters? Is there money somewhere in your ministry that can help them to relocate, rehouse them, so we can start fixing up the schools to get schools back in order, churches as well?
Thank you so much. Right, so Member Crawford. Thank you, sir. So you have asked a number of questions. I'm going to confess some of them are interrelated, and I may not recall all of them. But what I would love to have, although the ADPEM is no longer with us, sir, are those questions written. Why? The whole issue of shelter management has been a concern nationally and historically. And you would recall there was a time when food used to be served or cooked in the shelters, which resulted in school furniture being destroyed, etc. And so over time, those adjustments had to be made, how meals are provided. And so where we are now is that we would have developed a draft shelter regulations under the Disaster Risk Management Act to address several of those questions that you have asked. So for me to sit here and say, yes, we're thinking about stop using schools as shelters and use community centers, I believe I would be jumping ahead of it, because those are considerations that are, yes, being talked about, but also being talked about are to build purpose-built shelters that you operate just for the sake of responding to a disaster. So these are some of the considerations we'd like to have considered, albeit ADPEM is now reassigned to another ministry, but we do have the responsibility locally through the mayors to ensure that several of the things that you're asking are addressed. So I would love to have those as questions that we will consider as to how
Consider
we
it
will
as an
build
input
that
into the new
yes,
policy.
in the new way
It's
forward.
It's a thorny issue.
It is, sir.
My first term as member of parliament, I had once, back in the 90s, I had one such situation where, as you said, they used to cook in the shelter and thing, and it almost ended up with a new school having to be built because it was impossible to get the people out of the old school, and it was a nightmare.
So that's correct, sir. What we also saw in Melissa is that persons used facilities that were not even inspected for the purpose of shelters. We are now collecting that data also because we have had those reports that you might have seen some locations and people may say 200 or 500 people, but the truth is those were just utilized by the communities. So those are some of the issues we have to look into.
Shelters without even checking them. So we had, for example, the Moko Community Center being listed as in South St. James as a shelter, which we couldn't shelter anybody there. There was no roof there in the beginning. So we had to go in and try to patch it up. We also had persons registered as shelter managers who were dead, who had migrated and stuff like that. So we had to pull in shelter managers who we knew, people from the community, that we just laid hands on them.
I am not even going to try to comment on that, because usually for us to put out a shelter list, there is a process where the local persons assess, the parish disaster coordinator with the local public health, and there's a process, a very robust process that gets it to us. So the fact that you're highlighting this is for us, sir, to probably look back with those responsible to see how that could have happened. But every year prior to the hurricane season, it is a requirement that the inspections are done jointly with the responsible teams. So even with the case of the shelter managers, I'm not sure why that would have happened, but it is a robust process to get there. And Member Crawford raised the point also about shelter managers and what is being considered. Those are things too, and maybe we need to consider on the way forward as we try to streamline within the new regulations. So get that to us, and we'll play our part in law to ensure that ODPEM is also advised.
But Chairman, can I just add that a cooked meal isn't the only option? There are other types of things that could have been provided in the interim. A hurricane don't last initially for a very long time, but most of the shelters I know of did not have any food.
That's because the policy is they centralize the food for the shelters and only distribute it afterwards based on the amount of persons in each shelter.
Yes, so those are some of the considerations I'm saying, Member Crawford, because the current policy is that when you hear it on the radio, if you're relocating, you're supposed to take your medication, your food, etc., etc. So you're supposed to have that for 72 hours. Yeah. So perhaps that's a policy discussion we need to have since we're looking at the regulations.
Look here, no man. Just because you're an old-time mayor, former mayor.
No, but you allow everyone else to speak.
You can answer the questions. You should be asking questions.
I have a right to ask questions. I'm a
yes,
member of the committee.
But we want to get on to the ministries.
But you have to allow me, Mr. Chair. You allow everyone else. You can't.
All right, make it quick, please.
No, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask.
Press your mic. All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam PS, you started out by commending the staff members of the NSWMA. Let me also start, since you're in that vein, commend the staff members of the ministry who are still actively working. Now, I just would like to say, I just want to understand you clearly, and because of a question raised. So are you saying that the local government ministry allocated to each division across the country $250,000, and that is in addition to the PRF funding for June and July, and in addition to that, municipalities will also have access to a fund that we refer to as the SGR, which is an emergency fund that they can use during a disaster period. So you would say all those three funding sources were available to the municipalities across the country.
PS, thank you very much. Thank you and your team very much for coming. I see. Thank you very much, PS. We have two more ministries waiting. General Meade, since you were only 4 hours late, I don't think you'll mind letting the Ministry of Labor and Social Security go ahead of you, since they were here from 2 something. Ministry of Labor? A team of 1 today? Oh. Mrs. Jennings, I'm going to invite you to introduce your team quickly and to give us a 5 minute, given the hour of the evening, overview of the response of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to Hurricane Melissa. But you were here earlier, so you've heard some of the concerns, about the secretive nature of the work of your ministry, that you share information with no one, but you demand information from everyone. And the justification is that it's the Data Privacy Act that puts this burden on you. But I would say I am very cautious because so many people, when I go around communities, say, people are come collect name again, and them collect name last year, and we never hear anything about it. So I'm surprised your workers haven't received any hostile receptions in some communities, because they said these names are taken up. Just the very act of going into a community and taking names creates an expectation that something is going to happen as a result of that. And clearly, most people feel that nothing has happened, for them anyway. And so, that's one of the challenges that we're facing now, post-Melissa, which came from the experience post-burial. So with that introduction, I will turn over to you.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Good evening. Diane Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary. And with me, CTD Dare Williams, Director of Social Security, Ms. Suzette Morris. And behind me are PFO, Jason Anderson. Beside him is Dr. Kamisha Anderson-Thomas, Director of Public Administration, and Mr. Amin Fagan, Director of Administration. All right, so can I start with your preface, Chair?
Start however you wish.
Well, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security does share information, particularly with the ministries. We have been sharing with the Ministry of Housing, for example, in terms of persons who would have received support or would have made applications for support, just to ensure that there's no duplication. And we have also been sharing with the Ministry of Local Government. We've been sharing with ministries. As a matter of fact, the JH DINA form, which is the Jamaica Household Damage Needs Impact and Needs Assessment form, is being used by all ministries right now. It's being used by industry and investment and commerce, which we have shared with them, and other ministries, just to ensure that the information collected can be utilized in their own sphere and portfolio responsibility.
It's just members of parliament that you don't share with?
Well, this form is made available and can be made available to you as
No,
well.
not the
and
form,
all members
not to
of
share the form, to share the data.
The data.
So just, I mean, if Mr. Phillips was here, he would give you an example, as he shared with me, where post-burial, there were, in one household, 3 different persons benefited because nobody was, or he certainly wasn't seeing the visibility of what was coming from the Ministry of Labor or the ministry, other ministries. And he, after putting on his list for housing assistance, he later learned that 2 more people, and he said if he was aware of that, he would have helped somebody else, because, you know, there's never enough to go around. But for one household to get help from 3 different agencies or directions, and 2 houses down, they didn't get anything at all. It didn't seem fair.
Right.
And but this is what happens when you're not, you know, there's not a common database.
And I must say that we're moving towards that in terms of the project under the social protection, under the Spiral project, social protection for increased resilience and opportunity project, where we will be establishing that one sole database to assist with aspects that you would have described. So we would have had instances where persons would have, or households would have received more than one benefit, because we were not the only persons providing that support. We would have had other international development partners who would have provided support, and then you'll also have from other ministries through whatever project that they were operating under. So as we have been instructed by the Prime Minister, we are trying to see how we can streamline the benefits to ensure that it is more impactful and then it's more concentrated, not having the duplicitous nature of benefits across ministries for maybe the same household. So I can now move on to say that we continue to provide the humanitarian support across Jamaica and to ensure that the households that have been impacted are supported. We are the lead agency in the relief coordination, and we continue to drive this national response effort to include mainly the damage assessments. We do damage assessments utilizing the form I described earlier. And we work alongside with the ODPEM, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, the other parish offices, the municipal corporations, the SDC, the Poor Relief Department, the members of parliament, the councillors in the emergency response. We would have developed the humanitarian welfare response teams, which include many of those partners as part of the assessment and the response. So we would have focused our attention on all parishes, because all parishes would have been impacted, others more. For example, the Hanover, the St. Elizabeth, the St. James, the Hanover, Trelawney, parts of Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Anne. And we would have gotten support from the Jamaica Defence Force, which is the entity that has been supporting the Ministry of Labour and Social Security in the distribution of the food packages. The parish offices within the Ministry of Labour and Social Security would have participated wholly in the distribution of care packages, which is what we would have started out with as immediate response. And we would have distributed over 56,000 food packages to date, with the parish offices playing a key role and the JDF as well. And we also would have support from faith-based, community-based organizations and other MPs and so forth. In terms of the damage assessment, we have completed 16,000 to date, and we would have noticed that between 38 and 42% of the assessments reflect major damage or total destruction, and that is utilizing the GH Dyna form that was mentioned earlier. We would be increasing the assessment with support from other volunteers that are trained to bolster the teams on the ground to see how we can advance the assessment through our volunteers deployment. We, of course, prioritize the vulnerable population, the elderly persons with disabilities, and, of course, the displaced families and also rural communities for this support. So we continue to work with the ADPEM and the other partners, and in terms of our next steps, we will be seeing how we can concentrate more on the communities that need the food, and also in terms of the house-to-house distribution of the food. I must say, when we would have started the distribution, we would have had mass distribution based on the need and the considerations at the time. So we would have been driving out, and persons would have come out on the main roads because they would have not had food for 5 days. And so we would have made the support to persons who would have met on the way. But now we are moving more into the concentration.
That's
into
after
the
you got their
communities.
TRN number, I assume?
No, Chair.
So why you put that
Chair.
burden on us?
To collect TRN?
Yes.
For food?
For the food distribution, we're required to give name, phone number, some details that seems very odd to
TRN,
me.
we're available, but for food distribution, we don't collect TRN.
But
It's not mandatory.
That is important. Phone number and names.
That is useful for accountability, but that is also useful for support after as well. So if the food that we provide usually lasts for 3 to 4 days, and it depends on the size of the family, and we look to support the family within another 7 days after the first distribution. So that's why the names and phone numbers are useful as well. Well, we don't collect ID. No.
Okay,
but
go
for the
ahead.
damage
I should-
assessments, though, that is necessary.
Right. So, and you said you did 16,000 of those. So in
So far.
3 weeks or so, you've done 16,000. We heard earlier, you would have heard earlier from two different ministries' estimates between 160,000 roughly and 190,000. So at this pace, in another year or so, you should
No, Chair. We are bolstering the team. I must say we would have had team members who would have been impacted. We have 109 staff members who would have been impacted by the hurricane, and most of those would have been persons who would be serving on the ground as part of the response team. We also have 8 persons who lost everything. And what we're trying to do is to strengthen the team that we have. We have over 400 persons on the ground, and I think that is growing. We also have our ministry team members who have been out there in the field, and what we're doing now is to increase with the volunteers, doing training with volunteers to get more persons out on the ground, utilizing statin field officers, and also looking to have other field officers across government to support the team to advance the
I was told in
damage assessment.
Manchester you had JDF personnel assisting at one point.
Yes, we do.
So
they have been
General Meade
trained
left
as well.
About 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers. They could supplement your team and knock it off.
Yes, I'm sure going forward, we hope that we'll have more available, but you would imagine that in the first 2 weeks they would be doing other work, clearing the roads and doing other things. Yes.
Well, that's you completed your opening statement?
So far, yes, I can stop there for time.
All right. Members, I see Member Crawford. Go ahead, Member Crawford, and then...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm worried by the mathematics of the numbers. If we look at 2 people per household on average, we're looking at 300,000 people with the numbers that were provided. And that is people who have evidence of infrastructure damage. We have ignored quite a bit of people who don't have evidence of infrastructure damage, but have lost income in some way. I can speak to those who used to sell in the market, but the farmers have lost their crop. I can speak to those who are farmers, and they too have lost their crop. Some people that I've met have indicated that they sell bami on the North Coast. The North Coast entities are in no need of bami at this particular point in time. So there's another set of people that are then coming to the point that they need assistance in some way because of the cost of the hurricane. So we'd have to exponentially almost 20 times, or let's say 50% needed, to have 10 times what we're doing at this time. The systems don't multiply that easily. So we have to look at how we do it. What is the maximum you perceive you would be able to do per week in distribution with the systems that you are intended to implement? I think that's the question that
They don't reach distribution yet, you know. The PS was talking about assessments. 16,000 was just assessments. That's not...
Oh, I thought we were... Oh, okay.
We don't reach recovery yet.
All right. So the assessment.
The assessments.
Okay.
That is what has been
completed. So the question remains, what's the maximum with the new systems we intend that we can do per week to satisfy...
Because we need to scale it up by
that scale. 10 times.
10 times,
easily.
essentially.
Secondly, is there a reason that the auditors on behalf of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security treat the politicians as if they're a pariah? Despite every single effort, they have refused to engage the political process. I have called the person on the ground who gave me a number to the person at the parish who asked her manager, who said I should email you. I gave up at that. I should email you for those... Email you, yes, to get information about...
Yes, I can tell you, nobody at the parish level can give information to our MP. I'm told only the permanent secretary.
Yeah, so having called her, she spoke to her boss, who said I should email you. Now, when they're out on the road, some of them don't even know the places totally, right? We indicated, if you want somebody, we will provide somebody to go with you so that you know. And
that is a process, member?
No. We only hear that they're there, and we try to run around and get somebody. And when we even try that, nothing is shared. We're in the process now of trying to distribute $3 million for housing. I'm trying to get the information of those who were audited, those who were approved. We can't get that information, none at all. Additionally, there seems to be benefit to engaging us. I have engaged with all the candidates from the opposition, all the candidates from the People's National Party. We have sent out 700 people who are workers for the party each to find out information. We have met with the principals, we have met with the churches. At least get my list. They have refused to participate or engage in any way. And regardless, I'm talking about going there, meeting with her face to face. She said she have to talk to somebody else, gave me that number, called that person. That person said, okay, then the boss told her to email to you. At that time, I figured you gave the instructions, so it never made sense for me to email. It was too ironclad for it not to have been. But there's zero interface, which causes us to be having problems. But also, we can give volunteers too. If you're willing to train our people, we have for every polling division 5 workers. The political process. Each of us walked every single yard over the last 3 years trying to engage these people. Additionally, they presume we have the information. So they are calling to say that you visited if we not hear nothing. I don't know if they're approved. I don't know if they're not approved. And it's starting to be that we are the face of their anger because somebody came and from government and nothing is happening. So I want to know, what is the motive for that separation?
Well, as far as I know, members, there's no separation. But I must say, prior to assuming this role, the position of the ministry was that don't engage MPs. That's how the workers, social workers saw it. That was a position.
that's
That has
definitely
the
the
policy
culture, I can
direction
tell you.
has changed, right? The policy direction has changed, and it is for them to engage the MPs. Even in the distribution, they're to engage the MPs, and that is also part of what we're trying to do in terms of the response. The emergency response teams include MPs or their representatives. All the other entities that we would have called, the engagement with the councillors and so forth, to make sure that we get your information to assist us in meeting the clients who
I've
are
not
in
been
need.
engaged once, PS, not once. I saw the lady on the road, ran to her, and since then I've been trying to get her number, call her. Never have I been called to say we're going in today, where's the person, or where we're going. Never.
It's a common experience. I have asked for that information over and over, and it's like they seem to be concerned that if you know where they're going, you're going to tell people to come out or something like that. But P.S. I can tell you there's a deep culture of suspicion and uncooperation between your ministry and members of parliament. I wrote the parish manager just asking how, and this was before the hurricane, I'm doing a constituency development plan, and I want to know how many people in South Manchester are on PATH, how many PATH beneficiaries. Not asking for their names. How many people in the constituency are on PATH? I was told only the permanent secretary can give me that. I said, well, forward it to the permanent secretary. No, you have to email the permanent secretary yourself. And you just get a sense that it's obstacle after obstacle, bureaucracy after
that
bureaucracy.
information could have been provided, Chair.
But I'm just telling you, what you're telling us has not filtered down to the parish level.
With payment for CXC subjects, quite a few persons on part have swindled the system to come and ask for payment, and then you hear that part pays for up to mostly 6 subjects or anything. The inability to look at data to make decisions have caused for a loophole that makes many who need it, because you don't have enough.
And it only helps the scammers.
As I said, they have come to claim that they need fees. Some carry even invoices, only to know that the children are on PATH.
Are on PATH.
Yeah, that's just an extension. I have PS to what Member Crawford shared as his experience, and Member Bunting as well, Chairman. In South St. James, as the political representative, I only got 300 food packages for my constituency 2 weeks after the hurricane, and that was after begging your minister, 2 weeks after begging Minister Pernell Charles, and he worked some magic to get me 300 bags. Every other food package I've been able to procure or bring to South St. James has been me begging private persons. But I am very much aware that there are persons coming into the constituency with the MLSS food package, because the bags are distinct and you have a little note in it. Even other MPs who are not from my constituency coming in with these things, and I'm wondering, where are they getting this? I was made aware of a packaging space you have in the Bogue area. I was called by someone from your office to say that I should collect 300 packages. When I was able to arrange transportation to go there, sent my driver, I'm told I need to speak with Senator Charles Sinclair or the mayor. And I'm wondering, how does that kind of political layer fit into me as the people's representative being given access to these food packages to help to distribute? And I'm telling you that what you're presenting here sounds really good, but it is totally different from what is happening on the ground. The JDF has their own level of bureaucracy. So I might run into them somewhere or hear that they're somewhere distributing your food packages. And I said, well, this area has gotten already because I brought in some personal stuff. Can we go over here? No, their directive is this, and they have to do it this way because, they're military men and they're going with their thing. But where does the knowledge that we've amassed as Member Crawford said, we've developed these networks. We can say, go to this community, go to this person, and the food will get to who needs to get it. So when I hear about a cycle that, you know, you give a 3-day supply for a family and they expect to come on on the 7th day you come back, it's all theory, really, because we have one set of people getting 10 times because you fail to utilize the people who have the knowledge and the know-how of getting it to the people.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Just in agreeing, now I'd like to know what the mechanism is for these follow-ups, because it's the first I'm hearing that when names are submitted, there's a mechanism through which I love it. I mean, 3 or 4 days supply of food is certainly not enough. So if there's a follow-up, I think it is a good idea, but I would love to know what the process is, when this follow-up is being done, so that we can divert our resources to other people who may be in need. And there's distrust when things seem to be done in secrecy, right? So that is one. The second thing is just the housing assistance. I would love an idea of when do you expect to be able to provide assistance. Do you have a timeline in mind for wrapping up this project? Because people are calling daily, weekly for updates, and many people, especially below a certain income, or the person who has authority as far as they are concerned is their elected representative. And so if JPS isn't putting on light, is the elected representative. If MLS or NIS office, as them call it, assess their house and nothing has been done, it's the elected representative who gets the call. So is there some timeline? And finally, can we get your commitment that you will speak to your parish leadership arising from the sentiments expressed here? Tomorrow, to ensure that we just have a better and a more cooperative relationship between the elected representatives and MLSS. Because I had an experience, Chairman, leading up to the hurricane, where they had this one-size-fits-all thing where MLSS would not release food until after the event. And I had to go down there with my vehicle and some people and point out that there's a shelter in a community that when the heavy rains come, no one will be able to go in with relief. And, I think the knowledge that we have will help, and I hope we can look forward to better engagement.
Well, just to know that we had pre-positioned food in different areas in preparation for the hurricane. In relation to the MPs,
from the pre-positioning, I just want to point out that the reality in St. Mary is the warehouse where food is stored is in Buff Bay in Portland, another parish. St. Mary has Port Maria, where your office is prone to flooding. You have limited space for storage in Port Maria. So you don't have the capacity to adequately pre-position in the parish to begin with. But I'm also pointing out that there are areas that even if you pre-position, unless we're going to pre-position some helicopters there as well, or boats, you will not be able to go to the shelter to deliver the food that you have pre-positioned. And I hear the argument right throughout the storm about the pre-positioning, and it gets frustrating. I hear the argument about the pre-positioning, but I'm saying the local reality doesn't always allow for a one-size-fits-all kind of approach.
agreed. And in addition to pre-positioning, we actually had lines of credit open for the parish, all parish managers to access food to provide the immediate support until we would have had the food that was in the warehouses to be provided to them. So for the MPs, we will write to the parish managers again, because it has been the policy, at least in more than a year now, that has been communicated to them. So we will ensure that they get a letter, and we will have the introduction, if necessary. We would have had orientation with the MPs, the new MPs, in terms of the services of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, prior to. We have new MPs, so we can also make that arrangement so that we meet the persons who are on the ground as well, and for us to ensure that the engagement take place.
On a parish basis?
No, we'll bring the parish managers in.
No, you're saying you had an orientation for new MPs. Where is that orientation? Because
online.
the new MPs...
Online.
So you had one since September 3rd?
No.
Oh, so you will have one?
Will.
Okay. I would ask that you have it urgently. Okay, there are many new MPs, and even the returning MPs like myself
certainly
have returned to the same challenge.
For all MPs. I think the last time we had it, we didn't have good attendance, but we do hope that this time we'll have good attendance. All right? In terms of the support, we are, as you know, engaged in the process of the assessment, and we will be making submission to Cabinet in terms of the proposed amounts for support. But we hope to provide some support in December.
All right, thank you. I really wanted us to move. We should have started with the ministry that has ODPEM, because shelters is ODPEM or MLSS?
We deal with the food for shelters.
Or you deal with the food component of it, but ODPEM deals with the infrastructure. Okay, so you have something more in the food component?
Chairman, I was thinking Labour and Social Security would be the proper space to ask if they will help to relocate the people out of the shelters so that we can resume school and
You're going to tell me that ODPEM is
responsible for the infrastructure. But just to note that we have been doing assessment of persons in the shelters and prioritizing those for damage assessment.
So that they can quickly move them up.
Yeah, move out.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mrs. Jennings, and your team.
Thank you.
And now we will move to General Meade and his team. General Meade, you've set a new record for transit from uptown to downtown. We heard you were 5 minutes away at about 2:30 or 2:15, and you finally arrived. So please come closer. We can do it. I think we can do it for. Yes. No, we're going to have that before we. That will be on the. Yeah. All right. Thank you. We've had a long day. We've been here from 2. It's 6:40 now. But it is important to our constituents that we get this information. So if we had to stay here till 9 o'clock tonight, we would have. And I was just by way of you were not here from the start, PS. So I will just say what the approach we've been taking is to invite the PS to give a 10-minute overview of what has the state of play, so to speak, since Hurricane Melissa and the outlook for the next few weeks and months. I will tell you personally, before we started the meeting, I came a little early and I was looking at the act that establishes ODPEM. And it really gives ODPEM a lot of powers under law to coordinate all the different ministries, the military, etc., and so on. And it just struck me in reviewing that and seeing there how the legislation had contemplated them being at the center of prevention, relief, recovery planning, and so on, and being the central coordinating agency, that somehow that role just seemed to have diminished till, you know, you hardly hear anything from them again. So in terms of your opening statement, I would just like you to include, you know, the repositioned ODPEM and what happened, why it disappeared or seemingly became ineffective, and the role it will play going forward in the recovery process.
Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for being patient with us. I really sincerely apologize. I was called to also national service. The Prime Minister was actually engaging with the public, and the interaction went longer than we thought, and also treating with similar information. And you will note after this, the information is now in the public sphere. We had a significant assessment from the World Bank, and we had already agreed with them that they could come and present it in that forum with the Prime Minister. The press was there. They had a lot of questions. So I really thank you for facilitating us. I am Rocky Mead, the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister. The remainder of my team from the OPM is Ms. Sharika Hemmings-Allison, the Chief Technical Director, and I have Ms. Petegay Rookwood, Senior Assistant Attorney General. From the Office of Disaster Preparedness Chair and members, we have Commander Alvin Gale, the Director General. We have Ms. Michelle Edwards, the Senior Director Mitigation and Planning. Ms. Sophia Mitchell, Senior Director Preparedness and Emergency Operations. And Mr. Gerald Wright, Accountant. And from the JDF, specially assigned to assist with logistics for the relief, is Colonel Anthony Gregory. He's the Inspector General of the Jamaica Defense Force. Chairman.
I assume that's the gentleman in uniform behind you.
Yes, sir.
And the one to your left is the new
Commander Alvin Gale.
Okay.
He is the new Director General.
And because he's no longer in a military position, he doesn't wear uniform.
He's not required to. he could, but he's not required to, Chairman. Thank you. Chairman, your comments in introducing me provides me with excellent opportunity to give the overview of what you're trying to do. And if you don't mind, Chair, in keeping with your guidance, I'll make some general comments, and then I'll ask if you'll allow the Director General to address some of the specific questions that your committee raised and make some other points. So, Chairman, you are quite correct. The Act intended for the Office of Disaster Preparedness to not necessarily be an overly large structure that could by itself respond to disasters, but rather an effective coordination and management and planning team that would be able to pull together all the resources necessary when necessary. The actions of the Prime Minister recently, Mr. Chairman, to reassign the subjects was grounded in a similar concern you had, that the effectiveness was not as transparent as you know we would have wanted to be. That doesn't,
or as it has been in the past.
But the Prime Minister wanted to be sure. So I'm not suggesting by my comments that there were any deficiencies. What we're saying is that the impact of the coordination was not being felt by the country adequately, and the Prime Minister thought better centralization would assist with that. As you know, Chair, the Jamaica Defense Force was always, from a policy perspective, under the OPM, with Prime Minister being Minister of Defense, and the Prime Minister has pulled the administration as well as ODPEM under the Office of the Prime Minister to give that seamless interaction. And we are hoping that as I said, without suggesting anything negative about what was in place. We're just hoping that the impact of the coordination will be more readily felt by the country and the public. That change of subjects also resulted in us, taking advantage of the leadership that the JDF was able to second to us in the form of Commander Gale. And we are working together to see if we can have that sort of seamless delivery of services. The Prime Minister has reinforced to the Office of Disaster Preparedness the importance of exactly the point you made, that coordination of all the activities. And he has had meetings with the ministries that have a role to reinforce that point. And we are getting that also in the form of a cabinet note to reinforce the point. Some of the things that the Prime Minister would want to see enhanced very soon is a more seamless inventory management system. So the different entities that maintain inventories use not necessarily compatible systems. They might be efficient for what they do, but we're hoping to have under ODPEM's guidance a strengthened inventory management system that will allow a more seamless effort from acquiring or receiving an item to putting it in the hand of a needy citizen. We also want to make sure that our situation awareness is enhanced, and so we have directed the pulling together of all the different branches that have access to GIS so that we can have a very seamless visibility on all aspects of response. I noted when my colleagues were presenting earlier that there was a concern, valid concern of the committee on the assessment capabilities. We are pulling together all the assessment teams that we can find across government. There are a number of ministries, departments, and agencies that do assessments for different reasons, so which means they have the basic skill, and we'll be pulling them together under the guidance of ODPEM to use one tool to gather the various data. So as was suggested by your members, Chair, we are going to ramp up and multiply the number of assessors by taking advantage of all the assets available, because we agree that the rate of assessment now will not achieve us to get to the point where we can provide for the needs of citizens in a reasonable time. We are seeking to move persons from shelters into other solutions as best we can, as quickly as possible. The reason for that is twofold, Chairman, members. One, we want to restore the dignity of our citizens as quickly as we can, but also many of the shelters are schools. And for the schools that have not yet been able to open, we really don't want the January semester, that Easter term, to be upon us without being able to put all the schools that can be habitable back in service. So we are seeking to repair the schools that can be repaired, and those that are in good repair but being used for shelter, we want to get them back being available to the Ministry of Education as quickly as possible. So we're doing a number of intervention measures to try and get the shelters out. The other priority, Chair and members, is that we want to move from a relief handout system, which obviously is an important but sort of crisis management mechanism. It is inefficient, and it affects the dignity of people to be sort of queuing, to be collecting bags of stuff. So we had to do that in the initial phase. We are hoping to move to a bagless system that could be a combination of vouchers, cash, cards. We are working the details of the system, but we want to change the mechanism by which we assist those in need very soon as a part of that as well. And to do that, though, we also have to enable the commerce as quickly as we can. Because if you have a voucher or cash or card, you will need the shops, etc., to be able to do that. So
and if you have a card and no ATM machine, then you can't get cash.
Exactly, Chair. So we're going to have a system to help businesses get back on their feet. But that system will be different from the system of helping needy citizens. Because, for example, we don't want donation to get in the hands of persons who are doing business for profit. So we're going to have other government-led mechanisms that will assist businesses, from our funds. We are going to put some priority on debris management because there are, our last estimate is about 4.8 million tons, metric tons of debris, if you quantify it. So that's going to be a priority item. And of course, after that, we want to look at reconstruction, essentially building back better. Shelter will be important in the next phase. So, Chair, I just wanted to give that sort of overview of the approach we're taking. We have taken a structural review approach. We have tried to pull together the key elements. We have tried to make it clear that ODPEM has this coordinating role, and we have also phased the way the recovery will be. A long-term recovery will probably take several years, but certainly we would want citizens by the time they get into the new year, if not by Christmas, to feel a difference in their circumstances, even if it means, not necessarily having to collect bags to get support, having some coverage over your houses, even if that itself is temporary, so that a difference can be felt. Chair, if you don't mind, if you could allow the additional minutes that's allocated to us for introductory comments, could I ask the Director General to make his comments and also address the questions that you raised?
Yes, but in doing so, I just ask you, rather than sort of speaking generally to these are the phases we're following, and so people want some concrete times, So if you say, in the first phase, we're looking at restoring electricity. Will that be by December, January, February? I'm just using that as an example. People want something more specific than just broad generalities. So try to be as specific as you can in sharing information.
Sure, I was deliberately broad to just allow
to hand
DG to get into more specifics. But since you asked the question about electricity, after the blow, we only had 23% or so coverage of electricity across the country. We now are up to about 70%. Obviously, the approach was to treat with the areas that can more easily be restored because you could do that faster. Inevitably, Chairman, getting to the worst affected areas will take a lot more time. We are certainly hoping to be up to, say, 75% in another few weeks. But truthfully, Chairman, the areas that are worst affected might be well in excess of 6 months. Because the areas that are poles down and so on, we are working with the JPS, we are trying to enable them. But I could not say to you, Chairman, we'll get to the worst areas with power in less than 6 months, Chair.
We had P.S. Palmer here earlier, and so I don't want to recover the ground, but I just summarize. What people want, they're not asking JPS to make blood out of stone, right? And we understand some of the challenges. But if you can just give a forecast, because if we know it's going to be 6 months, then you can plan for 6 months. Businesses there will know, well, we need solar, we need generator, whatever, because we're not going to get. But if it may be in 2 weeks, then we might hold strain and allocate those resources elsewhere. So, and nobody's going to hold you to say what you said 5 months and it's actually 6 months. But it would help tremendously people in planning for their lives, schools, businesses, in just having a forecast. Even say a parish like Manchester, which was not as badly affected, but we can't get a forecast to say this community should come on within the next 2 weeks, that one will come on within the next month, and everywhere by New Year's. Even something as broad as that would be helpful just for people to be able to plan their lives and their businesses.
Hopefully we'll have that as soon as JPS manage to complete their more detailed assessments. But to your point, Chair, the point I made about going to a more dignified system and supporting businesses, we're going to use the generators that we can acquire to do just that. So in other words, the goal you said we want to achieve soon, we're going to achieve it in the short run by providing generators to help get the small shops up and running in the short run. We're talking weeks now, as soon as we can organize a system for the distribution of generators. And DG might have more to say about that. But that's what we're going to do in the short run. We are not going to seek to make predictions, and JPS is not yet confident to do so. But in the areas they can't touch, by Christmas, we're going to try to see if by generators in key locations like police stations, the community center, the local shop, we're going to try to at least enable some amount of moving back to a dignified style in the short run before year end. I'm not going to venture to make predictions on part of JPS, but we're pressing them to give us some specifics, Chair. If I could hand over to DG now, Chair.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and the committee. Key to some of the plans the PS have laid out is really the matter concerning the upticking of our assessments. I know thus far we would have done approximately between all the ministries around about almost 20% in terms of damaged dwellings. The team is now looking at how to at least 3x the rate at which we are going. So what 2 weeks we have done about 20% of the damage assessments. So we're hoping now as we get into it, without making too much of a promise, to by the middle of next month be able to complete at least 80% of our damage assessments in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 areas of damage as we have assessed by other means, whether that be AI, satellite technology, or some spotted on-the-ground verifications. As we look at it, we do believe we could be able to do those in about 3 weeks. Once we have those, then the other robust parts of the other plans, we'll be able to timeline those in a real robust way, having had the finer details so we can put those mechanisms together. So as it concerns, so we're looking at the matters concerning the rollout of the loans of generators to small businesses to bring them back online. Those matters will be treated within short order. This will also help us to treat with the moving to a bagless system, whether that be cash card, some form of cash token. So in about another 3 weeks, we should be able to achieve that. In terms of the matters of shelters, we have already, from the multiplicity of stores or hubs we have around, started to push those shelter repairs kit, heavy-duty tarpaulins out to the spokes or the humanitarian supply areas manned by the JDF to get those deeper into the communities. That is already underway. So that matter will be treated with. As it concerns the matter of more robust sheltering, a lot of that will have to be built and then brought in. Shipments coming out of the east are upwards of 4 weeks. So before we can start seeing more robust shelter in place, that's when we'll start seeing that in terms of getting the tarps on and also getting the galvanized zincs back onto roofs. Those will occur immediately for tarps, and as we get more assets pertaining to galvanized roofing, those will come in. Our partners are prepared to start moving from community to community to actually start putting roofs back on top of houses to the extent that those dwellings are able to receive those roofing. So that's the kind of time we're working with now, with the immediate shelter matters, and then moving on to the heavy duty or the upticking of the damage assessment, so we can roll out more advanced programs and then getting into harder shelters.
You're finished your presentation. Just using Chairman's prerogative. There is a concern, well, there's two concerns. One, we're a low trust society, and we've, I guess, relied a lot on, in the first phase, on people who are politicians, not necessarily MPs, but politicians of ministers, junior ministers, councillors, etc. And people seem to have more faith if the distribution was being done by, say, the JDF in some systematic way. And I've heard a lot of concerns that in this particular crisis, the JDF seem to have had a much less visible role anyway. I'm not saying they may not have had a role somewhere, but in terms of seeing them out in the disaster, in the hard-hit areas, and being very visible and being in the vanguard of the immediate relief distribution, the average person just didn't see that. And I have checked with all my colleagues, especially those in the West who were hard hit, and it really took a while for them to get a good JDF presence in their communities, and some of which, I don't have to rehash it. Some were marooned, some had dead bodies, literally, that the residents had to start taking up on themselves to bury and so on. It just seemed, given that General Meade left the JDF at twice the size it was when I was there as minister, but yet, notwithstanding all the additional resources and manpower and budget and whatever, we didn't feel, or as to use your word, General, the perception of the impact was just not there. Maybe you can say something about that, one. And secondly, there is a concern that this is a concern around accountability, that there's hundreds of millions of dollars that have come in the first few weeks, probably. I don't know. I'm not getting a day-to-day tracking of it, but it's probably no billions in terms of relief given by private sector, given by various relief agencies and global NGOs and other governments and so on. But where is the system to track all this and to bring some, not just dignity, but some order to how, and accountability to how this is being done? I saw a release from the Auditor General last week, I believe it was, saying that they usually come in after the fact and do an audit. 6 months later, you get a report. And they were now putting something in place to have an ongoing monitoring of that process. But it was just a very vague statement. There are global professionals who, for us, this is an overwhelming scale of disaster, but you have other countries that experience earthquake, floods, etc., that kill thousands of people and so on. So there are experts, whether at UN or other agencies, who have a lot more experience than we would have just by virtue of our size and our scale. Where could you just tell me how all this fits into the structure of the recovery efforts?
So, Chairman, let's start with the perception of the JDF presence. What I'll indicate is that once the blow had ended, JDF teams would have been deployed to get into spaces. I recall that we took almost 48 hours to be able to get into the Black River space, just based purely on the devastation which was around. So it wasn't for want of not being out there on the ground and trying to get into spaces, but just the general conditions on the ground that prevented us from being immediately in all those devastated spaces. Once we were able to get into certain locations, they would have started setting up, as we have done out in Luan and other spaces now, or centralized JDF hubs or forward operating bases so we can reach into the communities. So that would have accounted for some delay in getting on the ground. As it pertains to the matters concerning accountability, you are indeed correct. The Auditor General Department has commenced their real-time audit. Our first engagement with them from the department will be tomorrow. So those systems are in place. We have already submitted the relevant documentation, made the different meetings with them already to start that process. As it pertains to inventory management, there's an ongoing process now for disaster relief inventory management system. Last evening, we would have seen the first iteration of the product. This would encapsulate the entirety of the national stores across various ministries as it relates to disaster relief aid items coming in. The system will be full-fledged from receipt in our large stores until the last mile is how the system is designed. Once we should be able to roll that out onto our servers. The intent is before the end of the week. The team is feverishly working at that. At some point when the system is matured,
this is a bespoke system that you're developing.
A bespoke system for GOJ towards disaster relief inventory management.
So there are none of these systems, the United Nations or no other country have these systems that we
There are a few systems that do exist, Chairman. One of the things you might find is that based on how Jamaica is set up and how our mechanism is run, they have to plug in other models. There has to be some redevelopment of systems. So whilst they might have a general warehousing system, how it is desired for us to be most efficient, it is not set up in that way. And then you particularly also run the risk of, in the times when they pull out, maybe in a few months after when you want the iterations to be redeveloped and so on, you will tend to lose that support. There is significant homegrown talent, and we, having done it that way, we are assured of a full-fledged system with the necessary support going into many years hence. There's also an intent to, once the system reaches a particular level of maturity, to have a front-facing system to the public into that mechanism. So there will be that level of visibility from the public during the disaster itself. So we're looking to roll out that mechanism very soon, Chairman.
So, but that's the inventory system.
Inventory system. So when it comes to the management of cash,
no, there's the inventory, there's the goods, the supplies that are donated in
that
kind,
will also go
right?
into the inventory system.
There's the donations in cash.
Donations in cash.
And then there's the distribution to beneficiaries. So it's three different elements. You've described one system you're developing for inventory.
So minus the cash, the system will also enable us to query where as I indicated, the last mile of the distribution.
So it tracks it to the beneficiary.
Right to the last mile.
When you say the last mile, do you mean to the beneficiary?
No, into the community.
So you will be able to identify the community that it ends up in, but not the household or the individual.
Future iterations of the software would be able to, as the system it gets mature, to be able to do things like that. But that requires other parts of government to work to enable that to be inputted into the system. But it will be a rolling development of the software to add as many modules as we wanted. Hence why we wanted to be able to have that system so bespoke that these considerations in future, near or far, could be added into the system. As it concerns the management of cash, there is a fund committee that oversees all the donations coming in for cash, as it is now. The relevant assessments would have to be made in terms of required cash drawdowns, and that will have to be approved in every instance through the Ministry of Finance. So nothing is able to come out of those funds solely because the ODPEM desires for a spend to occur. So there are the financial records which exist.
So the fund committee is a Ministry of Finance committee?
It's headed by the finance committee. It is a committee of
government?
Of government, of council, yes. So there is that mechanism.
And these funds are both government funds and donated funds?
These are donated funds that I'm speaking of, which are then transferred to the NDF in the event that we need, and it is spent from that mechanism. As it concerns the matters of the funds from insurance and so on, those do not fall under the purview of the ODPEM. So we have no marginal oversight over it. Notwithstanding, it is then that the fund committee, I guess, if required, could lean on those funds.
So this fund committee that's distributing money from private sector, from aid agencies, there's no representative of the aid agencies or the private sector or anybody like that on this committee?
Not at the moment, but it allows for us to engraft persons into it to cause those to run efficiently.
All right. I see Mr. Crawford, all this is early off remarks. And then anybody else? That's it?
Well, others will come along, Chairman. Thank you very much, and thanks for the time and the effort and your contribution so far. Approximately how many communities have had major damage, and it can be reserved to the major parishes? Approximately how many communities do you have that information?
In terms of that damage, we are tracking 182 communities that would have suffered what we would consider Tier 1 and Tier 2 damage.
And
this is, as you said, this is restricted to the western parishes.
The geographic...
Just for, remember, we're on PBCJ. Not everybody will understand what a Tier 1, Tier 2 damage is. So just break it down for...
Tier 1 damage is up to 50% of damage. So roof will be gone, roofing elements will be gone. Tier 1 is 65% over to include total loss of the building.
So these communities, you're saying Tier 1 is 50% of the roofs in the community has lifted?
Yeah.
And Tier 2 is 50% of the buildings are demolished?
No. So Tier 2 primarily is roof damage. Portions of the roof or all of the roof. Tier 1 is really all roof and the wall structures damaged.
All right. So Tier 1 is a higher level of damage than Tier 2.
Yes.
All right, so 152 communities.
182 communities.
82. What is the geographic definition? Which definition of community are we using?
So right now we're using the SDC boundaries for communities.
SDC boundaries. Yes. Okay. Because based on the definition and previous information with 152,000 buildings affected, major impact, then these communities would have 1,000, 2,000 units in the space based on the 50% damage, Tier 1, Tier 2. Enough houses in the space. They're not lanes. I'm trying to make sure the people understand that a community don't mean my lane, as we have often used a community. It's a fairly large space as a community. Okay. Approximately how many people have been major affected in these impacted areas? I'm speaking now to the 5 major parishes. Approximately how many people?
Have been impacted by some form of damage?
Major.
Major
that
damage.
would be categorized as major.
Tier 1 or Tier 2?
Right.
The figure escapes me wholeheartedly, but I believe it's about 360,000 people in the Tier 1, Tier 2 category.
260,000?
No, 360.
460,000?
360.
360,000. Okay, full circle. 360,000. Okay. Approximately.
But we're still only talking about housing. We're not getting into like farming and.
No. I'm speaking specifically to dwellings.
Dwelling.
And the persons affected by that.
All right. Approximately how many of those have not been assisted in any way to this point?
based on what I'm tracking has been our delivery cycle into these communities.
Yes.
I'm tracking upwards of 400,000 persons affected by solely the JDF input or output rather in terms of last mile deliveries. I am not at this moment tracking persons who are in need unaffected. I've seen reports. So for example, even sitting here since evening, I've gotten a report for a particular community where it was said it has not been visited since the event. And when I reached into the team, there were 4 occasions, to include yesterday, that the broad community was visited. So there could exist some gaps, as you mentioned, the SDC community boundaries versus my lane situation. Yes. And there could be a few instances as well within these communities where persons do not attend maybe a particular location within the same community, yes, even if that aid is being given out. So we've asked him to look more prescript at that. But okay, as it is now, I'm not tracking that we have not been able to affect every community right, that ought to. What I'll say is that we are tracking 182 communities, and by the last count, we have been into no less than 280 communities.
I understand. But I'm saying, how many of the 360,000 people that we would say major impact would you estimate have not received any assistance? Or we can ask, how many packages have you distributed from the government side thus far?
You said 400,000, right?
360,000.
No, packages.
No, packages. You
packages.
Said.
I'm tracking over 115,000 packages.
115,000 packages.
Yes, please.
So it is fair to say, therefore, that if we should say every package goes to a different person, that we still have, is that 115,000?
115,000.
115 or 250?
If you times that by 4, you're almost at 460 thereabout.
Sorry?
If you times it by 4.
He's assuming that each package serves a family of 4.
That's how
a package
the
serves a family
designed.
of 4.
Indeed.
So based on the packages that you have distributed, you said that almost every family have gotten a package. By those numbers, not by
every
distribution, by
raw numbers.
Yes. All right. And what is the desired rotation? Because it's food don't have one-off. What's the desired rotation of distribution? I mean, in a week, how many times should a family receive a package?
As we're being system out now, we intend that on the resupply. So every 5 days then, or every 4 days, we try to get back into that space.
Every 5 days.
That is the ideal rotation to make a mechanism that fluid. But we are also aware, we have significant partners on the ground who are delivering into these communities. So the gaps are, as they exist, fairly well plugged by other non-GOJ assets.
Well, the reports, especially in social media, seem to suggest that a vast number of persons have not been touched, while others might have been touched on multiple occasions.
We've seen those reports. There is significant effort to ensure more, equitably as best we can distribute. But what I'll say, in the instances where the NEOC has received these reports or seen them online, we actually seek to verify in a number of cases, is this the case? So for example, the matter I mentioned just a while ago, we would have been able to verify that we've been in on multiple occasions in different locations within that community.
Welcome to the life of an MP.
I won't hazard mischief, but we do seek to verify whenever we see these cases come up.
Okay. As it relates to separating children, has there been consideration given to a child space in these areas? I don't want to say school because people believe it, if it's not a building, it's not a school. So as to have differentiated treatment for children so that they can get food, so that they can get sanitary facilities, temporary showers, medical intervention, psychological intervention.
So you're speaking to shelters or communities?
Either way, even in the shelters, differentiated children's spaces are not permanent, but important, like going to a space that they don't be out-muscled by the adults, etc. Have you considered those differentiated children's spaces?
What I say is that we will definitely need to look more robustly at that. What I can say is that to the extent that we have caused, for example, the Ministry of Health to go in, they have been looking prescriptively at how they've been treating children, looking at psychosocial matters as well. But we'll definitely have to seek to form a more robust system around just what you've mentioned.
Thank you. How many generators do we have intending to distribute to these commercial spaces?
What I will say is that we have just over 500 generators on hand. As we look at how to build out the program, then we'll make a determination on the numbers we're actually putting out where and when.
Reports I'm receiving is that generator can run you about $6,000 per day in fuel. How would this be paid for?
Well, we're also looking into the fuel supply in terms of supplying jerry cans and so on. It isn't my own experience and that it costs about $6,000, but the mechanisms are being explored.
Well, it depends on the size of the generator.
And how long you're running it for.
And how long you're running
a
it
shop
for.
with a fridge would have to keep the generator
But
sustained.
I'm not from what the impression I'm getting is that they're not going to fuel the generators. They're just going to, apart from the government
provision and the bottles for it.
Right. Apart from the government entities like schools or police stations or whatever, they're just providing the generators.
Yes,
as far as the business,
I have
not the fuel.
I've come to accept that, but I'm also suggesting that if you look at, let's say, $3,000 a day, we're looking at $90,000 for the month. Small shops are incapable to afford that. It might be passed on in food prices and by extension make the thing unaffordable. These are things we have to be preemptive in considering. How are we seeking to choose these entities that will be centralized and given a competitive advantage?
Well, what I indicate at this point, member, is that the system is being looked at keenly to ensure the best use case scenario for rebuilding the economy. So the measures we put in and applied, it is being looked at.
Finally, anecdotal information that we have received is that persons are unwilling to leave the grime and the muck of this space because of no legitimate paper of ownership. Meaning a man don't want to leave the community and come back, somebody take where his house was. Is there any consideration of a temporary registration so a person can indicate from a geotag that this was the space that I was? Increasing the probability that they would not stay on spot if we need to move them temporarily.
To the extent that we'll have to move persons around, member, then that is a part of the consideration in terms of reducing that information into our systems to ensure that whenever persons need to move back or they move out, we know exactly where they came from and what they might have been laying claim to.
Yes.
In the case where they can't provide ready evidence of
ownership. But with the increases in cases of leptospirosis, etc., and the assumption, especially among our children, that gastroenteritis and all of that, because of the space, will be increasing, is that a priority to move these persons out of the spaces until we can sanitize and clean these spaces? Meaning to temporary shelter, tent cities, etc.
That too, member, has been looked at into how we can achieve it, given the significant space of damage. So it is being actively looked at.
If you may allow me, Chairman, is there any strategy or method that individuals that want to share ideas and opinion can do so with the committees?
Well, at the moment, what I said, there's no established one, but having had the question now, I'll see to ensure we have something in place in short order for that to occur. But outside of
related
sending
to that
an email
question,
or so on.
Is there a point of contact with either ODPEM or the JDF that if MP Burchell up in South St. James wants to bring something urgently to the attention of ODPEM, some communities, some families, some whatever, is there a point of contact that MPs have in their respective parishes or nationally?
Any individual can have an idea.
Individual. So
anybody can think of something and say, we want to share. How do we share it?
No, right, but I was going more specifically
specific,
now
yes.
for MPs in terms of not sharing ideas so much as sharing information.
Information. I will offer up the Director General at odpem.org.gm email for that general purpose.
But you would accept that that will be inundated with a whole heap of messages that you might not be able to prioritize.
Just as per, no, so that email is a very general inbox email.
Right.
That's not my personal email. But then we'll have to seek to use another instrument type as well. So we look at
The
dedicated lines for that.
The churches are the most geographically dispersed unit available to the society, and one of the most trusted as well. Is the church on the committee, and are we thinking of using the church for our distribution centers and even our electricity centers as well, those that remain standing?
Well, had a question? Oh, sorry. So, in terms of on committees of council, ADRA, which is a Seventh-day Adventist organization, is on committee.
What's ADRA? What's that?
Salvation, no, Seventh-day Adventist
Relief Organization
agency, rather.
But you have a way broader network like the umbrella group of churches or the Jamaica Council of Churches.
No,
but
they're not on committee as it is now. But nothing, we could always engraft them into it.
Right.
Nothing prevents us from doing it.
I'm just speaking to the relationships that they have had with communities and the disbursement that they
can bring.
Yes, that they can bring. Is there a reason why the Adventist was chosen separate from all other
and you
churches?
said they're on the council. What council are you talking about?
Committee. So they're on the Humanitarian Assistance Committee that treats with, after the event, looking at, where we should be delivering aid to, assessments of damages and so on.
Is there a reason why the Adventist was chosen over the Catholic, the Pentecostal, the Baptist?
I couldn't hazard to say at this time. But they do have an organization within them that is peculiar to relief in times like this.
I'll consult with the Baptist to see if they have one. But no, I don't understand the choice. But it is what it is. We understand 6 months might be a period for some of these most affected committees, the electricity. Is there any system for medication, in particular storage, that is in place, especially for persons, diabetes, whatever the medicine that need to be refrigerated? A lot of people would have that difficulty now. Is there any strategy system? I know we have a generator system for the electricity. Is there, and the businesses, would they be asked to host as well for the people? Is there any system for cold storage medication that we are contemplating?
So not specific to cold storage. Mechanism.
It's cold chain. Cold chain is the pharmaceutical term that needs to be refrigerated.
Yes.
Okay. Well, a part of the remit that we've had now is to the extent that there are other government institutions, which would include clinics and so on, police stations, fire, JFB locations. A part of our strategy is to bring those up and give them the ability to treat with having some power at their locations. I would have to probably have some further deeper conversation with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, but to the extent that we have been getting the ask to ensure that the local clinics and so on are provided with some form of power that they can treat with, for example, refrigeration, we have been trying to seek to satisfy those requirements.
But the medicine being
very important for diabetics. Most of the insulin has to be kept on the fridge.
The medicine being take home as well, though, needs some form of home storage. Have we considered ice distribution with small igloos for these persons, or any other systems such as those?
We will look at those.
All right. Thank you very much.
I think my members must be exhausted if they go ahead, General.
Thank you, Chair. If I could supplement the presentation by the DG. So the DG would have presented the operational level perspective on a number of things, and I can add a little bit above that. So, for example, the question about the church's member. Bishop Harold Blair is actually appointed at the higher level.
Could you just explain the structure? Because I hear
Sure.
dropping in the Humanitarian Assistance Committee.
So,
yeah, just explain the structure with all these committees and the higher level and the middle level and the lower level. Because all this is not very clear.
Right. So the DG would have been addressing the National Disaster Risk Management Committee. You have a ongoing council that the Prime Minister chairs that has a wide group. Now, what would have happened since this event?
The membership of that is determined in the Act?
It is actually provided. The details were provided in the response to the questions. So we
it
can,
is in there?
Yes, the details are provided there. But I just wanted to indicate, Chairman, that since Melissa, Cabinet took some decisions, and I indicated some before. I didn't want to take too much time. But there's actually a 7-member, that is 7 ministers, subcommittee of Cabinet that were given different responsibilities with respect to the disaster response. And it's at that level that I'm indicating that separate and apart from the relationship with the Seventh-day Adventists, which is a long-standing relationship with the ODPM, Bishop Harold Blair was appointed as the national coordinator of faith-based groups. Also, when we were speaking about the systems that would be in place to determine how to assist the small businesses, Minister Hill from the ministerial level is assisting with that, and Keith Duncan is working with the private sector. So again, it addresses the question of ability to get advice and input, as far as the private sector organization network is concerned. Keith Duncan is coordinating that. I also wanted, Chairman, to just clarify my own comments earlier about the electricity, because my main point was that the JPS is still doing their assessment to indicate when they'll get system up and running. I was hazarding a guess that based on how badly some areas are, it's going to be well in excess of 6 months for some of them. But the main point is that the JPS has indicated that they still need to do extensive assessments. They're also trying to get linesmen in from other countries. The last estimate, I understand, they need at least 400 to just start cracking at the problem. So it depends on how many persons they get in. The more bodies they get in is the faster.
And it also depends on their funding.
And their funding, absolutely, absolutely. And yes, ma'am, I yield.
No, hang on one, because I also had something to clarify. You're telling me about cabinet committees and so on, but under the Disaster Risk Management Act, there is a council membership, which includes the leader of the opposition, all ministers of government, general secretaries of the parties, representatives from key private sector entities, advocates for vulnerable groups, Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, and then it goes into the humanitarian organizations and relief. Is that active and meeting?
Yes, and Chairman, yes, it is. And that's the level at which the DG was responding initially. So at the beginning,
so the committees that he referred to are committees of this council?
Yes.
And those
absolutely.
committees are appointed by the council?
Yes.
Okay. So that's just, I just wanted to get clear that we're talking about the same thing. So the Disaster Risk Management Act establishes the council, which is the umbrella group, and then all these committees are committees of that council. Okay. And these committees are public. The membership of these committees are public? I mean, is
The
it a secret
information? Yes.
It's not a secret who?
Not.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Newell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted a clarification. So the leader of the opposition and the general secretary of the major political parties, etc., they're being invited to these meetings, and it's a functioning committee operating. That's one question. The second, PS, you said earlier that JPS is still doing their assessments, but the Prime Minister said JPS said it would take 6 months. Yeah, man, a news conference, it just reported. So I'm trying to kind of square that to get an understanding of whether, because he mentioned that he's trying to get them to cut it from 6 months to take off 2 or 3 months, shave off some time. So is it that the assessment is not complete and this is the PM's own assessment, or is it that an assessment is outstanding?
Oh, my apologies.
Not me, Chair. Yes, Chair. Thank you. So I think the Prime Minister was using similar language to what I use. I tried to be more precise in my comments so there's no lack of clarity. My understanding from the JPS is that there are 2 things that will affect their ability. One, they haven't completed their detailed assessment. They have some general idea, but in terms of walking every route, counting every poll, one of the things they pointed out to me when I spoke with them is that there are some routings of polls, for example, that they'll probably have to reconsider because with land slippage and all that, maybe the original track that they follow can't work again. That sort of detail will affect them being more precise. So you may find, for example, and again, figures have been thrown around, that they'll be able to get many communities up and running in that sort of 6 months window. What I was trying to say to the chairman's earlier question is, when could we say to the country, everyone will be back up and running? And I'm saying that precise information is not yet available as far as I am aware. But in the same way that we were able to move from 23% coverage to 70% now, the idea is that some of the fringe areas, as you go into even the 5 parishes that are affected, may be brought on more quickly than others. But there are some areas where significant amount of poles are down. If you drive the roads, you're afraid that poles might fall in your head because they're poles, almost horizontal. And as far as I am aware, JPS is not yet finished assessing the worst of the affected areas. And myself, the Prime Minister, are using generalizations to give a rough indication. We are saying that if your area looks badly affected, then you probably will not see anything, in excess of 6 months. It's not saying it's a ballpark. It's saying it's not going to be weeks. It's not going to be a couple of months. It's going to take a significant period of time. The important answer is that we'll get definitive projections when the JPS completes their assessment, and if they can attract the labor size that they think they need to get the job done.
There was... Yes, no, but they had answered yes. No, well, answer. No.
Yeah. Council meets once a year. Council meets annually, or as prescribed by Chair of Council. So they did have their meeting this year. I believe this was June.
I understand why you were drilling down on this. So, and I assume that this meeting you're referring to was before Melissa. So
Yes,
there has
indeed,
been
Chairman.
no meeting of the disaster.
No, so the committees themselves are different. Council is,
Right.
is
There's
that
been no
large
meeting of
with
the
all
council.
Exactly. So that is an annual meeting.
That's an annual meeting.
Annual meeting.
So if that was held in January or June, and a disaster of this impact affects Jamaica, you don't think it would be useful to have a meeting
Yes, next
of
year
that
too.
council?
Well,
is it prescribed that it can only meet annually?
Not only annually, or as required.
But this doesn't require that, in your judgment. The PS is going to take that.
Chair, thank you so much. So I was using some language earlier, and again, some clarity will be helpful. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. So we have a standing council by statute that is required to meet at least once per year. The council is chaired by the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Local Government is the deputy. Under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister, it meets once a year. The Minister of Local Government, who is the deputy chair, will meet with different committees from time to time as he sees fit, and within his ministry will ensure the business is carried on. What I was trying to clarify earlier, Chair, is that Cabinet has been meeting like twice a week instead of once since the event, or in many weeks. And what was put in place was additional policy level oversight, where I was indicating that there's a 7-member committee of Cabinet that has been tasked to, on a day-to-day basis, treat with various matters, and responsibilities were given to each minister, working with the deputy chair of council. So while the entire group of council may not have met in that way since the start of the season, because that's when they typically meet, the committees and the oversight committee of Cabinet and the ministers that are assigned have been working assiduously. For example, Minister Vaz,
with respect,
co-chairs.
yes, with respect, the way the legislation was framed was to get a very diverse council membership. It seems to me you're only paying lip service to it by having that diverse council meet once a year, but all the work and the oversight and the committees and everything doesn't reflect the diverse membership of the parent council. These are supposed to be committees of the council. So when you're telling me that a 7-member subcommittee of Cabinet is overseeing the day-to-day, I don't think council was intended to oversee the day-to-day, the broad council. But I would have expected, in the circumstances, perhaps at least one meeting of the broad council, and then that the committees which oversee the ongoing, the humanitarian assistance, for example, would have some resemblance to the parent council that that it is a committee of. But this doesn't seem to be the case.
If I may, Chair. So the idea, as I understand it, of pulling such a wide body at the level of council together is that you have a wide pool of skill sets to draw on. As they set each individual committee, as with most larger groups, you would select persons from the wider council in smaller committees that could more effectively function based on skill sets available. I am not sure, and I will take it to be considered, Chair, but I didn't think the intention was that the subcommittees would reflect the entire membership of the council. I'm just trying to...
Don't go to the ridiculous. But
Right,
for example, if it was felt that the opposition should be represented with not one but 2 members, at the council, I would have expected on some committee
Yes.
there would have been an opposition member. That is not the case as far as I know.
Chair, sorry, whenever.
You know, so, you know, yes, I understand. I wouldn't expect everybody who is on this exhaustive list at the General Council, but it has established a principle which, to my mind, seems to be a trust-building structure with this broad-based representation or membership. But then if that you leave that as a once-a-year broad-based, which is just a sort of perfunctory type meeting, but at every other level, you exclude this broad-based, maybe apart from one or two friendly religious persons, then it seems to defeat the purpose of the original attempt. And I don't think it's going to be building trust. Your mic is on.
Chair, I'll take your observations to council and for the consideration. But
council not going to meet till next year. So taking my observations
no,
to
but
council.
in addition, Chairman,
Chair, you know that's like putting it in file 13.
No, Chair, you have my assurance. The council is not non-functional during the period. As I said, the deputy chair is the minister of local government, and he continues to function even when the chairman, the prime minister, doesn't pull that full committee together and the various committees meet. Now, to your point, Chair, that the committees of council doesn't seem to be as inclusive as they could be. That's the point I'm saying I will take to council.
But council not going to meet till the beginning of the hurricane season next year, so taking that to council now is...
Take it to the minister or the prime minister. Chairman
yes, more specifically.
Okay.
More specifically, I'll take it to the minister.
But Chairman, question, are these committees of council or are these committees pretending to be committees of council? Because if council has not met, and I would love to know when, since the PS said the council usually meets at the start of the hurricane season. Based on the events taking place over that time, I'm not so sure. I would love to know when, during that period, this committee,
when was the last meeting?
With the membership stated here, would have met this year. I would love to know the date that meeting would have been held, where all these listed stakeholders would have at least been invited to meet. And I can't accept that these subcommittees could be committees of council if council has not met to determine the subcommittees. And I suspect the reason this council is so broad-based is because in a time of disaster, what you exactly need is national unity. You need national unity because you're going to have to take tough decisions that may need buy-in from different parts of the society. You're going to have to mobilize people who you might not be able to pay to help to deal with the consequences of a disaster. And so I think the government is also doing itself a disservice by operating without consulting and engaging this broad-based grouping that the National Disaster Risk Management Act of 2025 established.
Thank you. Chair, I'm suggesting that there may be a misunderstanding of how the function works, but I will take the concerns back. What we're saying is that the broad council meeting is set to take place usually at the beginning of the hurricane season. All the functional elements continue to work on a day-by-day basis. So you find that amongst the representation, so ODPEM is the secretariat. ODPEM never stops working. The Minister of Local Government is the deputy chair. His ministry does not stop working.
Probably is not so relevant now that ODPEM isn't in local government.
That is still the structure. He's still the
right. I know that was
chair.
in the law.
So the point I'm making, and I am taking the concerns of the committee, but I'm just trying to clarify that all the levels of representation here actually have functioning organizations that day to day carry out the broad guidelines of council. So I wouldn't want the public, Chair, and I'm not saying that's the impression people might get, but I like clarity. I wouldn't want there to be an impression that we have had a hurricane and the systems that are designed to provide for a response are not functioning. What we're saying is that there is the broad policy level oversight that is there, and every element that is mentioned has functional bodies that are operating every day. And I mentioned that superimposed on that is that Cabinet is meeting more regularly and have appointed more bodies to give even better effect. So I wouldn't want our citizens, Chair, to get the impression that we have had a disaster and there is a mechanism.
But for clarity,
yes.
When was the last meeting of this national?
It was on the
disaster risk
4th
management.
of June. It was just at the beginning of the hurricane season. That's
this year, 2025.
Yes.
That was the last meeting.
Just at the beginning of the hurricane season. And, pardon? That's my recollection. The secretary, yes. The secretariat is ADPEM and they're in. Now, to your point, not all the members who are invited and notified usually turn up. But I am advised by the secretariat that they were invited. But it's important, Chair, that we note that the functional elements, the secretariat, the ministries, departments, and agencies that give effect to that oversight body are functioning every single day, and more systems and structures have been imposed, working every day. In fact, when the NEOC was just set up, and it continues to be a 24-hour operation, so there's not one moment since Melissa that we don't have the supporting ministries, departments, and agencies functioning
I get that.
to provide.
I get that. But there's been a lot of discussion in the society, not just calls from the opposition, although perhaps the first one was from the opposition leader, but there have been many NGOs, civil society groups, etc., that have spoken to the importance of this broad-based representation on whatever the oversight body was to give trust and confidence to the public at large. That's what's happening. I've heard, we've seen it in social media. Songs have been made about this issue that politicians go and thief everything. The numerous private sector organizations and NGOs have said they are concerned that they don't want to give unless there is an accountability mechanism that goes beyond just the operating people, or at least sitting over the operating people. Of course, Parliament, in theory, gives oversight to each ministry, but this committee, cannot give effective operating oversight, and we shouldn't, because that's not the role of a parliamentary committee. But we can, in this level of crisis, maybe every 2 weeks or every month, get a report from, let's say, the ADPEM, and where are we? Normally we wouldn't give such close oversight, but in something that is having such a scale, such a level of devastation as we've been hearing all afternoon, and the scale of the impact, not just at a human level, but even at a macroeconomic level. It threatens the society as we know it, or the economy as we know it. So, we would want to believe that even at our level, we would be meeting more frequent than we would normally be. Even, say, a burial, which, as bad as it was still on a much smaller scale. But this committee went into action and did review it at the time. But for where we are now, I think that level, of oversight to build confidence, to keep the communication going for everybody to be aware of what's happening and disseminate it back to our constituents, etc. I think you really need to take that back. to the powers that be.
Chairman, this is really appreciated. Transparency is really, really important. I can't say we have gotten every bit of it perfect. I've taken the counsel that you have provided. The idea of more regular reports to this committee is something we have no objection to. If it would be okay, Chair, for us to provide the reports you suggested fortnightly, and then if at some point you want to summon us to give more details, then
I think we can give you notice that
we could
in
do
another
that.
month.
Yeah, okay, sure.
We would like to have you. We would like to have you back.
Yes,
we're going to set the schedule of meetings.
Chairman, can I just ask a follow-up?
Sure.
First of all, I think it is important. Most of us would agree that it would be good to call a special meeting of the council, an emergency meeting. But I want to go back to the distribution of aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributing. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate, for example, that the World Food Kitchen is one of our stronger partners. To date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That
No,
would
not
have
packages,
been
that's hot meals.
Right, so they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 116, you also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people.
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
That is ideal.
That is ideal. So with this number, we should have indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times. Which one is the more likely circumstance?
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right, so
one for the time or?
For the 5 periods that would have existed since the hurricane, you have distributed enough food for 1 per family. So if it is 1 per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete it this week.
Is there any desire to work with members of parliament and their systems to provide some of that information?
Well, to the extent that we have been, I know the general instructions to the delivery crews is for us to cause that the PDCs are informed before we go into areas. And we, to the extent that members of parliament,
the parish development,
disaster coordinators. Parish disaster.
PDCs, parish disaster
coordinators.
Remember, I'm telling you, a lot of people are watching, so a lot of these acronyms and abbreviations.
So to the extent that we're going into areas, Chair, then that is how we operate. We have seen in a number of instances, members of parliament or councillors will come and they join in the distribution.
So if they find out about it,
but is there any
then
call?
they can show. But
Is
there's
there
no message to them directly.
Right. Is there a
to
call?
say, we're
Can
going
there
to
be a call for areas not yet touched, people not yet touched, to be submitted? Because the numbers would suggest that either they are starving for 4 of the 5 rotations, or 4/5 of them are not getting. So either way, the numbers are not working out. on our behalf. Is there a strategy to get more information so that that can be rectified?
We can choose a strategy around that, and we can start by leaning into the resources which are there, your PDCs, your councillors, MPs,
the churches.
Churches where necessary.
All right. How much water do you desire per day for the people in the worst affected areas? Bottles of water?
That's a calculus I don't have on my hands right now.
Okay. And how much bottles of water do we think they're getting per day currently? All right, Chairman, we'll get that information at the next meeting. Because we didn't send in those questions. So we'll just agree to get that information at the next meeting.
Or they can send it off to wait for the next meeting.
Or
the next
send it off
meeting will
to
probably
us.
be in 2 weeks, so you could send a written information that you have. Mr.
Sorry,
Williams.
Sorry, Chairman. My question that I was about to ask was answered ably by the PS, so I'm okay.
All right. All right. I think if there are no further questions, then we will thank you, PS and team, for coming. I think it has been useful. You're perhaps lucky that you've gotten us at the end of the day when the energy is not as high as it was early in the day. You may have gotten a little more robust questioning. But I really would ask that you take away really a suggestion in national interest. We need more transparency. We are a low trust society. We need a wider cross-section of involvement in terms of the oversight at all levels. So I encourage you to take that on board. And with that, I just left for me to thank you and your team for coming out and being with us this late. We still have a few items on the agenda, so we will continue beyond your departure. So you're welcome to go now. Where's the agenda? Members, we have two important items, or maybe one. Mr. Crawford, just don't leave yet. Mr. Crawford, could you get the number for me as well? Get the number. Members, if there be no other business, we can go on to date of next meeting. And what I would like to do, Mr. Williams, is to set a schedule of meetings that we meet ever so often, periodically. So we can block that date in our calendars on a weekly basis. Today was an extraordinarily long meeting. Obviously, long agenda, important topic. We took longer than we would normally take, which hopefully would be 2 to 3 hours. But the tradition had been that the PAAC meets on a Wednesday morning. And I'm proposing that we continue. It meets weekly on a Wednesday morning. I would suggest we don't meet next week because we had such a long meeting today, and it's going to take the committee clerk some time to do up all these minutes and go through all these presentations. But I assume she has AI that is going to help her do the summary. But last year, the former chairman told me that they tried to meet on a Wednesday, every Wednesday morning. You have a...
There are some other committees that, some members who are on the PAAC are on. Like I know, for example, infrastructure. We have been meeting on a Wednesday.
No, it has been meeting on a Tuesday, I was informed.
Tuesday? Last time we met on a Wednesday. This time, yeah, but we were supposed
the
to
clerk
meet Tuesday.
has the calendar, and she says
fine.
Tuesday.
So that's what I was going to suggest, that we just ensure that we coordinate with the other.
No, it's not our first rodeo. It's not our first rodeo. So we're, we're proposing Wednesday mornings. We wouldn't meet next Wednesday, but thereafter, Wednesday mornings. So the 3rd of December at 10 a.m. would be the next meeting. And the question is, there were some agencies that we would want, I would think, JPS, OUR, I would think the Auditor General, because she has taken an unusual role in this, of an ongoing monitoring, which is within the remit of this committee, as opposed to the PAC, which gets her reports at the end of an audit. So I would like to understand the role she's playing relative to this committee's mandate now. So I think we could invite her as well. So JPS, OUR, Auditor General, any? Or was it the telecoms? Digital and flow, so the telecoms? Okay. The Water Commission? The truth of the matter is that the NWC is largely dependent on GPS in terms of their rolling out. So I wouldn't, and I don't want to overburden our agenda. So we said OUR, GPS, telecoms, and Auditor General. All of those for the 3rd. I don't anticipate those to be as long because things like that, somebody like Auditor General will be a much shorter interrogation just to understand what is going on. It's not like we have a report that we're interrogating. So, all right, so we're all agreed. There being no other business, just to thank you all for coming out. I very much appreciate those MPs who are still fully up to their neck in disaster, their necks in disaster recovery and relief, taking the time out of their constituency to be here this afternoon. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. And thank you to the staff who we have had here to unaccustomed hours and to the and actually it was remiss of me probably not to introduce, well, this is my first meeting. I just realized it's your second meeting. So you may have met the committee clerk.
They weren't.
Oh, you, for us it was our first meeting. All right. So just to introduce you to the committee clerk, Mrs. Melissa Malcolm Deuce. Mr. Crawford, I'm introducing the committee clerk formally, Mrs. Melissa Malcolm Deuce, and the technical consultant to the committee, what's your first name, Mr. Bartley? Mr. Earl Bartley. All right, and this is an yeah. And this is in a sense a privileged committee in that this is the only committee that I've ever served on our chair that has a technical consultant. And I gather this is not a new arrangement. This has been around for over a decade. And both have been very helpful to me as a new chairman and new to the committee in terms of giving me some of the history and the background and assisting with the way forward. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. There being no other business, we can adjourn. All in favor? On the motion for the adjournment.
Who would move the motion for adjournment?
Mr. Hines moved the motion and Mrs. Birchall seconded.
Thank you.
All right.
Board now presents a parenting tip from Jacqueline Kennedy. There are many little ways to enlarge your child.